Let's do it right.
Sound.
Now they can hear us. Welcome. My hair is a mess, but you guys get to deal with that today. I look like an absolutely ridiculous person right now, but join us for the ridiculousness tonight on Jokes, Tales, and Critical Fails, where we will be rejoining our... Oh no, there's still some off cameras. Let me fix that. But we will be rejoining our... Woes of the Wildland campaign in the middle of a siege on their favorite town of Brenfield. Let me fix these cams here real quick. Okay, well,
It's an okay town.
it is a mid-tier town.
It's definitely a town.
Hey, I'm just saying my character has a more favorite town. That's all.
Top 2 town in the northwest Estalosian region.
I'll give that to them.
Estalosia-
Sure, I'll give that to them.
That's the Loja town tier list coming on after session.
Yeah.
Listen, it has its problems.
No, I will not listen. You shush. You listen to me introduce the stream. We are rejoining our heroes at a crucial point after they have just recently freed the Brenfield silver mines from its rule from the Vermin King. After venturing east to do this task for the town of Brenfield and arm themselves with silver weapons to take on the treacherous Loop Guru, a man who was recently turned by a mysterious man who had recently shown up in town. After getting into a fight with the man Aster Townsend, the criminal himself, Aster, was turned into a Loop Guru, and with his wild strength and ferocity has been terrorizing the town of Brenfield. Now, after equipping themselves with their freshly silvered weapons, they return to Brenfield to see it under attack by a goblin tribe of enormous size. As they'd ventured closer to the town, they had gotten a better look at the tribe itself, camped on the northern end of the town and sieging southward, pushing its citizens into houses or to a camp on the southern end. Our heroes charged directly into... Oh, I think I'm the only one at home, so I have to make sure that my dogs aren't barking at the neighbors. Hey! That'll do. That's enough responsible dog ownership for today. And... as I was saying, our heroes charged into the southern camp on the bottom end of Breldum and began rallying the forces they had, sending a number of the injured and elderly to houses on the outskirts of town, and pushing northward into the town itself, assisting in a battle in the western plaza of the small town, and then venturing deeper into the downtown region, where a number of thank you, good note. A number of goblins and hobgoblins have swarmed the streets and pushed a number of citizens into a small house, which you guys have actually recognized as the house of a one Almer Fleckwickle, a gnomish tinkerer who is known to dabble in explosives from time to time. You guys have sent out a messenger, Queenie, equipped with a black flag of parley and the symbol for peace in Gobbish. There you met a general hobgoblin who had taken to this dragon quite readily and had agreed to meet you, or more specifically the people of this small dragon friend of his, in a nearby garden within the downtown. As you guys gathered the forces you have, and the enemies mustered a small group of goblins, with more of them watching their back. You guys have arrived at this scene. I'm sorry, let me pull it up. I have lost it. There it is. Also, real quick, for your character art, Miguel, the first or second picture should I upload to your token? Oh,
The half-elf one.
gotcha.
Normal looking person for our party.
And the sheriff's the racist one.
Listen, all I'm saying is when a really pale goblin tries to do the talking, or the big tree person, or the wolf when there's a werewolf problem around.
Okay. You guys have arrived on the... Sorry, let me just update this. Okay, yeah. You guys have arrived on the southern end of the downtown region here, just where it pushes toward the keep up the hill behind you. You guys are currently crouched in the bushes on the southern end of this map here, as you guys, prepare for the group of hobgoblins, goblins, and bugbears alike to walk down the center street here. How are you arranging yourself? How are you greeting this this war party that's coming to meet you for parley?
Before we fully approach, I'll ask the group. Do you guys think I should break my invisibility or hold back in case they betray us?
I think it would be very hard for me to speak with goblins without maybe someone who speaks Gobbish with me. Hopefully
Six is
they
here.
do
We
speak
don't.
common.
Yeah, we don't know if they speak common.
I'm pretty sure they do. I overheard them speaking common, so.
Okay. Well, maybe it wouldn't hurt to have somebody held back. If they ask for you, maybe I'll make a whistle and you come from around the corner somewhere. Make it look
Okay.
like you're not invisible hiding.
Yeah. Cool. You got this.
Yeah, Cruz, you want to come up next to me? I don't have to say much, just look as good as you do. And,
The town kind of goes silent all about as the goblins that have filled the houses, you can see individually like pull out of the houses they're rummaging through and pull deeper out of sight into the town. As it kind of quiets, Cruz does stand up beside you here. Who is going forward to talk to arrange yourselves in the map accordingly above the neutral point?
Will like hide behind this tree.
I won't hide behind.
Mark yourself as invisible. There's probably a marker for it.
I could mark myself as invisible.
I wonder if there'll be an effect for your token. Watch you disappear.
That would be actually so cool.
I don't know if there is.
I can make myself blind.
Good enough.
It's the same thing, right?
Because I wasn't here last session, would Guy be able to retcon a quick conversation with Moog about the situation?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so 15 minutes ago on the way over here, I don't know. Guy is just gonna, quietly pull Moog aside so that he could talk without worrying about being overheard.
Definitely.
So, Moog, what do you think of this little situation we find ourselves in?
It's looks like we're stuck between a rock and a hard place, if you're asking me. What exactly are you referring to?
Well, I'm concerned. These goblins, at first I thought they were on some kind of tirade, and now I hear they may be on the run.
They could be on both.
Too different.
They're not mutually exclusive.
True, very true. I was just thinking it does not sound too different from some circumstances of people we know.
No, it definitely is a tough call to make, and honestly, I don't know where to side, but I do know that if what our friends here have said about the Order of Avorix is true, they won't take kindly to individuals like me. And he adds like an extra level of weight to his words there.
Yeah. Let's see, this is why I am worried for the goblins. We just tell them to scamper off somewhere else, then they will follow. And if these truly are humans that are treating non-human souls so poorly, I feel it's part of my responsibility to stop them as a human myself. Do you think shelter could be offered from our friends? Or is that something that may be too risky?
From these goblins, I mean, they're people too, from what I can tell. And he's like looking about, you can see this too. The goblins that have been like here have not shown one singular sign of iconography or uniformity. There have been a number of different groups of different goblins. And Moog will say, actually, go ahead. I mean, you can make a history check too. Let me check Moog here real quick.
Oh, maybe I do know something. I rolled a 19 for 18.
Oh, maybe you do know something.
Maybe I do know something.
Yeah, speaking of intelligence stats, by the way, if you low intelligence, gonna fit right in with this party.
Probably for the better.
That's probably for the better.
Good,
We are
because
pretty
lost
dumb.
them.
Apart from the rest of the party, I'm the only one with a positive, and it's not that great.
Some of the individuals you saw around that you guys actually fought against, you do actually you wouldn't recognize, but you would recognize 5 different distinct signs of tribes. You traveled far.
So
how much time did you spend up north with the tribe? Because you stayed,
tribe?
yeah. Because
years.
you would go up north with them, right?
I probably wouldn't be traveling with them. I would have stayed near Glen Grove
Okay.
and this general area, and I would see them seasonally.
Okay, yeah. Then you wouldn't have traveled north with them when they would make their travel north. You know, it's summer, so they're making their travel north now. Hey, I'm sorry, I have to do this justice. Hey, Mapronomicon? Thanks for the follow. Anyway,
Wow.
you guys, yeah, you would know, not much, but you would recognize 5 different, and SD, welcome. Yeah, you would find like a number of different signs of different iconography from the tribes. You could see like one has their mouths painted black, like in these wide grins, just with this tar-like material. All mainly goblins. Most of the hobgoblins you've seen have been wearing actual like splint armor, painted different colors. With symbols upon their chest. You'd say like you could see signs of at least 5 different tribes along the path here, and Moog along kind of mimics that. I mean, they clearly are open to outsiders, but what that means exactly for this town, I can't say. Hogs has mentioned before that this town has a past with goblins. There could be some. Well, there could be some bad air there.
I do not think this town will be eager to help these goblins, especially after they've kind of forced their own will on them a second time. I mostly meant some of our friends. If you think the goblins could catch up to them as they travel, do you think that would risk the safety? I do not want to put your own people at risk.
Sorry, what was your
But
question?
if they could help. Basically, does he think Moog's people would take them in while we help deal with the other group?
I
understand this is a big ask.
I like to think that my people would happily lend a hand. It would be a hard ask. But I suppose we could probably share some common ground with these people. Gesturing to the goblins. I do have to say, I don't know what we can do against these other people. If this tribe of at least 5 different goblin tribes has band together to flee, we're dealing with a large force.
It is true. Maybe it would be better for us to mount some kind of cooperative effort against it rather than encourage them to run. You've given me much to think about, Moog.
Guy, I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I think we might need to have this whole town run.
You know, I've lived in Estaloja my whole life, and the people are proud. Most of them would sooner die defending their territory than abandon it for people like this to do as they will. It will take some convincing. I don't know if I know any better plan.
It's true, often those who live amongst the kingdoms their entire life, have a hard time embracing change. But isn't that, kind of what we're here to do? Try to get them to see the light?
Yes.
Err in their ways.
All right.
Maybe we can convince them is all we're saying. We have information in our favor. We could levy that to show we're trusting and go from there.
That we do. Moog, I never cease to be surprised by your insight. Thank you. I know I can always come to you to bounce ideas.
I mean, I've always been better at running away in the first place.
It is an honorable choice, I will say. Live to fight another day, yes.
That's what I've always said. And so we'll jump to the present as you guys kind of square up here in the garden, approaching down the cobblestone streets of this paved section of Brenfield, the only paved cobbled section of Brenfield, except where it winds around the inn to the road. They, march down the street and head into the brambles and bushes that you guys edge on. I mean, yeah, if you step forward and meet them as they reach the edge, you can do so as well. But they, a bugbear at his...
Oh, yeah, I'm just following Guy.
Gotcha.
I would just walk out to the street.
Perfect. You do. Naturally, guns on in your holster, cap upon your head. You square out into the street, the jangling of your spurs ringing through the silent town as walking down the center of the road comes this hobgoblin lieutenant you guys had conversed with briefly moments ago, or I should say Queenie did. Flanked at his right, you can see a bugbear, rather large and muscular in size, kind of hunched over with this big meaty and hairy neck, which a bit intimidating in sheer size alone. Flanked behind them is a pair of goblins, as well as another hobgoblin who is just like readying a great sword within his palms, kind of intimidatingly beating it against his palm. As on his right, or I'm sorry, on his left, you can see one of those like rather armored, like covered in some rather tattered leather armor. You can see one of those like tar-mouthed goblins, just like painted black and this wide grin across his face. Hey SD, thanks for the gifted sub. Welcome Enigma Forge to the sub community. Anyway, as they approach down the alley, you can see
Well,
this.
If they wanted to, Chris, couldn't they do your inspiration thing?
Not. Yeah, I do allow. Yes, as with a gifted sub, you can gift an inspiration to one of the players or myself if you want to go against the player. Yes, this is homebrew world and homebrew storyline and everything. Big wide open world for them to have at their whims. As the hobgoblin approaches, his arms crossed confidently, he walks up to the front and kind of breaches ahead 5 feet in front of the rest of his party to step out ahead and show like a sign of faith. Does anybody else approach out in the center with Guy? Are you staying in the bushes, Hogs?
Yeah, I'm staying in like the bushes or like behind the trees.
Cruz will be your flank, as Grovekeeper is your other flank.
But I do want to have like eyes on the situation.
Durenia will also approach out behind you, giving you like a rather intimidatingly sized posse behind you.
I need my big tufts.
Your big, tall, strong races.
Sticks, you can already see, has pulled out his box and is starting to set it up in the woods just in case. But as this hobgoblin approaches, he approaches you and at first says something in Gobbish, which I assume you don't understand.
No.
But I do. What's he say?
As he walks up. Okay.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna take off my hat, kind of big gesture, bow down. Hello, my friend. I do not speak Gobbish, but if you speak common,
well, you know,
that suffice.
You know what he says, Hogs, as he repeats it then a second time, this time in common. He goes, "Are you allies with the dragon people?"
Yes, the dragon. That is my friend here, Whirl. He has a friend, Queenie.
You can see Queenie like flutters off of Cruz's shoulder and flutters to the shoulder of this hobgoblin lieutenant, and as he does, you can see like a like smile briefly washes over the face of this lieutenant, and then he like covers it with like a cold persona over top as he sees, "Oh, hello, dragon comrade. No, I believe the message said you spoke for these people of this town. What is it you have to say?"
Well, we hear that you're in some kind of sticky situation yourself, and you're trying to get what you can and get out. And I was wondering if instead of pillaging the wonderful people of this town, you might maybe take an offer of assistance instead.
We do not wish to pillage any person. We pillage food and goods we need to survive. We will be passing through when we are done.
Very nice. I'm glad to hear that the people of Brenfield are under no harm, and I really appreciate that from you all.
So long as they don't get in our way and don't hide away in stores like they do back there. And he points behind to the buildings where they were, of course, coming from. And Hogs heard people were barricaded in deeper into the town here.
Well, you see, this town does have a bit of a history that you may not quite know. A few years back, they were overrun by a goblin horde. I'm sure completely separate. But a lot of traumatic incidents happened, and I think the people are just scared. Maybe if you would allow us to go and talk to them.
Make a persuasion check. Also make an insight check.
Okay, I'll do insight
be
first.
able to do an insight at all?
Sure.
Insight is 15. Persuasion is 8.
My insight is 21.
Persuasion first.
What's the persuasion?
8.
What was your insight?
15.
I know not.
I rolled a 5. I rolled a 5. All right. Rolled a 5.
He goes, "I know not of this attack in times past, but I do know they have supplies that we need, and I will not allow you to go in and get to them first." You both see, though, when he does say, "I know not of this attack in times past," he does look to the side and kind of like breaks eye contact very suspiciously. But Grovekeeper, you do see he looks toward the black tar-mouthed goblin at his side. Yeah, as he does that, yeah, he he glances directly. It like looks in their direction. Only you make that out, Grovekeeper, though.
Interesting.
I will allow you to come speak with them from the outside under supervision. If you can get them to open up and come out, maybe we can reach an agreement.
Okay. I think that is a start for sure. Before we move on anymore, I apologize. I seem to have gotten ahead of myself. I'm Guy Friendly. I offer my hand.
He
kind of. I'll step forward since we're kind of far.
He go ahead and make another persuasion check for me.
Yeah. Good. This one is a 14.
14. He approaches, takes a few steps towards you, looks you up and down, and goes,
"My name is Clavrel."
Clavrel. It is very nice to make your acquaintance.
The Manslayer.
And then he turns about and continues to walk down the hallway, the street, kind of cutting you off mid-sentence coldly. And as he starts to walk, his posse turns and begins to walk with him. And he takes a step, looks back.
"Will, are you coming?"
I don't move, and as he goes to turn away, I just want to be sure that you are authorized to speak for all 5 different groups of goblins that you have with you, yes? Of course, if you are not in charge, I cannot trust to make a deal with you.
He turns around at those words. You can see an angry look on his face.
"Oh, I can assure you, I am in charge. I have earned my name. Every goblin here, every hobgoblin and bugbear will heed my word. But
What?
I do not speak for every goblin tribe. I work for another, and he works for another."
Can I insight check that? What that might mean?
Yeah, go ahead and make an insight check. Hello, Snuggly.
Oh, thank God Cruz is here. I have no idea what the fuck I'm...
Oh, I should have
You're at
said
the front
you do
with us.
have advantage on that persuasion check because of Cruz. I meant to say that. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
That was the whole point of having Cruz there. Yes. If you want to go ahead and roll it with an advantage now.
Roll.
Was a 8
nail
before?
it.
I won't retcon
Was it
anything
eight
that's
before?
happened.
You're talking about that 5 back there? Yeah, okay. that's
Yeah, I
the
won't
one wanna
retcon
talk
anything
about.
that happens, but it will help.
It's an 18.
Snuggly, you're muted if you're
Instead
just
of-
here
instead of
to
the 8.
listen. I understand.
That's delicious.
Let me just
I think
do a
he-
camera switch.
He's probably
He's here to listen. He
looking-
can't talk. He's here to listen and type.
Oh, awesome, cool. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Well, as you guys all, as he says that to you, you insight check. What was your insight check?
Just a 14.
Just a casual old 14.
Humble 14.
I mean, he seems to be telling the truth. He does not it's not like an orc. It's not like any goblinoid individual to admit that they're not the leader. Especially like a big hobgoblin like this, but he is not. I mean, if he claims he's not the leader, you can assume he's telling the truth.
Okay.
Yep. He said to listen to him and heed his word, but
He does work for somebody.
necessarily in charge.
Yeah, he's clearly
Oh, yeah,
he's
that's what it was.
clearly in
I was
charge
trying
of
to
all the
figure out
people
if-
here.
I was trying to figure out. Sorry, I remember what I was fishing for before.
Yeah, go for it.
It was like, would I know who he might be hinting towards from my history
From your history,
with these goblins?
you don't. So, go ahead and make a history check. Since you're
History
probing.
check instead.
Yeah.
Whooshba! I rolled worse, and the modifier's
Ooh.
worse. 5.
I will say with the 21 insight, on that last statement, on that last statement, you're not able to glean much. You can assume what you are able to glean from just this entire interaction here is obviously the goblins don't hold the most stake out of this like agreement.
Yeah.
Goblins and goblin culture is kind of very much like orcish, where might
If a bigger dog comes in.
yeah, might is usually what is followed the most. So hobgoblins usually trump goblins for that, and if there's a bugbears involved, bugbears definitely are going to rise to the top too. What you're able to glean by the outfit that this this hobgoblin wears, is yeah, you know what, I'll say it. You can tell the symbol upon his chest is a symbol to Uktagar.
Uktagar.
Yeah, also known as the great what is it? The undying hunger, also, yeah, the great glutton, basically, the devourer. And they are, you can tell the hobgoblin behind him wears similarly painted splint armor. You can tell that the hobgoblins with this insight check have some sort of structure, and probably with that hold the most power. And, you know, living in, you know, Estalosian Kingdom society, you do know that, like, oh, if he has rank, then he's probably, you know, just that, a lieutenant. He's probably got a captain above him and a general, you know.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, but you can glean that as he says that. He's still quite angry, so he turns about and starts marching again, looking back to see if you guys follow. What are you doing?
By the way, SD was booning Rhinaskor whenever
Perfect.
they get
Awesome.
into play.
So what you... Okay, well, yeah, I'll explain it to you once... well, actually, no. I'll tell you now. Miguel, you have an inspiration gifted to you from
Twitch chat.
From the Twitch chat. So, yeah, as you you know, venture on toward the house, you're led in. A number of goblins line the alleyways ahead. You can go ahead and move your characters up to where you would want to move them. Do you guys emerge from the bushes as the band starts to move up toward the houses?
Well,
Who follows?
Yes, but I'm invisible.
Oh, you're invisible. Okay.
Definitely, I'm staying right with Guy.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna make sure I don't like break formation with my 4. So we're gonna just walk as a little unit, and I'm gonna be ready. I don't trust
keepers
these
will
fools.
just
We
kind of
could definitely
fly
be
from
walking in-
rooftop to rooftop.
Sorry.
I'll kind of look to Grovekeeper and Cruz, and I'll just say, "Would be a trap. Be ready." So I'll be
Moog,
ready in case they are gonna do something funny, but otherwise I'll follow.
Styx will I need to actually see what kind of sorry, I don't... Sorry, one second. I don't know where I hear pinging. I want to make sure it's not Cruz saying something. Ah, there he is. We want to hear the whirl as we drive. Oh wait, you said whir. Get it. Sorry. Okay, done. Ignore that. You guys venture forward. Moog is actually going to stay in the bushes. Styx is actually no, Moog is not going to stay in the bush. Moog is going to emerge from the bushes and encourage Styx to come with, who timidly at first will follow suit and kind of hug.
Durania's
Yeah.
shoulder.
As you guys approach, you guys follow forth and round the corner into the alleyway where Almer's house is. There are a number of goblins surrounding it right now, and bugbears looking quite intimidating and just staring you guys down as you approach. But as you round the corner nearing the house that these goblins are still trying to like find an open opportunity to get within, you guys stop in front, and Clavrel is going to stop in front of you. Looking at a number of people who joined your party, he's going to say to you, guy,
Kept a couple in the shadows. Smart, very smart.
You never know when you're dealing with new people, and you do kind of have the town after all. So
Yes, you never want to show
that
your...
being said, you're trying to get into Mr. Fakewickle's house. Yes, this one here.
The one that is bolted, yes. That is...
And
I know
what-
not this Fleckwickle, but...
Yes, well, he is an inventor of sorts. What kind of food and supplies would you need from him? Or is it tools that you are looking for?
This is where we managed to route a number of the citizens. They took boxes, crates, and whatever they could into it, as he began barricading this Fleckwickle.
I see. Okay. Do you mind if I go up to the door? Is that fine? I can leave whatever you want me. If you don't trust me, I get.
Go ahead.
Leave
I
my
will.
friends.
I will wait here.
he
Is
watches over your shoulder,
Flex
just like
house.
10 feet away.
Yeah, is Flex House the one I just pinged, or is the
This one right
before?
here.
Okay. I'll just walk on up to the front door. Almer, are you in there? It's me, Guy Friendly. Diovora, are you in there?
Go ahead and roll a persuasion.
Check. Cruz is not coming up with me, right? Okay.
Yep.
Want to make
No
sure.
guidance from
Don't
me.
need it. 18.
Hell yeah.
The look of Cruz over your shoulder
Well-
would not convince anyone beyond the store any better,
Behind
believe it
the
or
door,
not.
yeah. Are you all okay? Is anyone there?
How many? How many
how
bullets can the
many?
gun I gave you fire?
Oh. Well, you mean in one loading? Surely 6. Wait, shit.
Standard revolver? I don't know. You tell
I'm
us.
pretty
You
sure.
tell us.
I'm pretty sure I picked the one that was 6. Final answer 6. That's what Guy said.
Oh god, I'm like so tempted to make you
You know-
roll right now.
Guys,
What's guy
the
saying?
one you gave me shoots 6, and that pin was a hell of a bitch to put in.
Good.
6, I think.
Pretty sure.
Okay. So
Oh,
the last message you sent me is I'll take this one to the one that says reload 4.
ooh.
Yeah, that's what I was waiting.
Oof.
See, here's the thing, okay? Guy doesn't work
Okay, all I'm saying is
Like we
Late, I
said.
spoke. No, I spoke.
The intelligence of our group, not so good.
I made
he is
a
going
low
to say
intelligence check.
he's going to say, "Okay, I'm unbolting the door. But just you come in, okay?"
Oh, do not do that yet. We have not earned that kind of trust yet. I am supposed to only speak through the door. Okay, Elmer?
Okay.
Is everyone inside okay? In good health?
Any injury?
Yeah, we got everyone inside safely. Had some help.
Okay, good. And everyone has what they need? No medicines were missed or anything? Everyone's in good shape. Okay.
Yeah,
good to
we got what we could inside. We got food for days. I got my don't worry what I got. And yeah, we're safe.
do not say what you have, just the food is what we need. The goblins just want food and they will leave. They are on the run. This is
Okay.
not a repeat incident from a few years ago.
Right, but this is my food.
Yes. And if we are lucky, I can cut a deal. But I just need to know that you guys are okay, and I will go and see what will happen now. Hold tight, Elmer.
Oh.
I'll be back.
Okay. You just hear fiddling beyond
walk
on the other
back.
side of the door.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk back over to what was the name?
Veal?
Clavrel.
Clavrel. That's right. I'm gonna write it down
Clavrel.
a little. Okay. Cool. So, Mr. Clavrel, I just wanted to check and make sure my people are safe. So what you need are supplies from the people of Brenfield. Yes?
Yes. One quick question real quick. Did anybody go up to the door with
I was trying to stay like 5 feet with Guy.
Okay.
I didn't really want him to be by himself.
Make a perception check, please.
$17.
You hear Almer whisper from beyond the door. It's like, okay, they're not coming in yet. We'll get the next one.
The next one?
We'll get the next one.
He's gonna shoot whoever opens the door, guys.
Seems that way, you know. Definitely seems that way.
Are you saying that the inventor that gave me a fucking gun for like
You
nothing?
said the wrong barrels, man.
Dude, you said the wrong gun, bro. It's like your favorite
literally?
thing in the world, and you fucked it up.
turns out
Guy
just
reloading.
It's
I
now
don't
canon.
even care what the
It's now canon
Yeah,
that Guy
it is.
can't count to 4.
Mhm.
He goes 1, 2,
He's like,
3, 6.
Why didn't I? Okay, you guys, I literally Guy could have
It
just fucking
happens, man.
1, 2,
put it
3,
back in his
4.
holster.
Hey, Crispy,
Like,
what's the number?
Yeah.
As
You-
I look at my
You
gun
said
in
it
my
so
hand.
like the thing is you said it so confidently that you're like 6, 4. I'm gonna be nice and let him look it up on his thing, and then you like locked in 6, and I was like, I gave you a chance, brother.
Mhm. I'm aware.
Is there at all
They-
like a way, like a tiny window or something that peepers could fit in as a tiny raven?
And go ahead and check the upper levels. You can see some of them are climbing up to the upper levels, but they're like they're climbing up, so they haven't got to the roof. You can make a perception check, see, or an investigation check with people.
As peepers, I would rather do perception, even though they don't have advantage. 16.
Yeah, you can find a little like there are the entire roof of this has like a second raised roof atop of it where like there are just slots for ventilation of some sort of forge fire or whatever within that a bird could easily squeeze in.
As I will try to have peepers go in there just to get a look on the inside of the room.
Okay, yeah.
I think someone was in Aarakocra.
Yeah, you do. You send peepers in. They kind of like squeeze underneath the top of it and pop out the other side, flutter down into the rafters a little bit. Go ahead and make a perception check.
So orange dye's been doing all right. Not that time, nat 1.
Yeah, you see this a building. You just suddenly flutter into it. There is a very cluttered house, and Peepers just starts looking around. First thing you see, Rhinoscore, is just a bird fly in the top of this the house and just flutter to up the post, literally just in front of where you are crouched above the door with your glaive in hand, ready to pounce at whoever comes in the door. And you just hear the bird flutter down and rest like just on the beam right behind you. You just turn around, it's like right there, looking inward in the opposite direction of you.
I'm gonna grab it.
Okay, you grab it. Are you in the eyes of Peeper, I assume?
Yeah.
You just like feel like your neck kind of like you're just like grabbed, and then all of a sudden you're brought around to just see the face
Cat
of
eyes.
yeah,
No, just cat eyes.
Cat eyes, just a set of cat eyes.
A set of blue and white cat eyes.
I assume you're not hurting the bird when you say you grab it.
Yeah.
Nope, I'm just looking into its soul at the moment.
Well.
Because of my background, I know that people can change into animals. So I'm just looking at it.
It's a goblin bird.
It could be.
Could be.
So after I look at the bird,
Peepers will just
start
look back
squeezing
and
the
just
bird.
be like, just open their beak and go negotiate.
Oh yeah, it is a raven.
Yep. I can mimic.
It mimics the word negotiate openly to you. Oh god!
The second your other hand goes to it, it poofs out of your hand.
Make
it's like an aggression.
Make a. Yeah, no, I'll say you could be pretty prepared for that. Once it's grabbed, I personally would also be like, oh no, like be ready on the snap.
And just poof back to me.
Yeah, as that second hand goes around the head, you just and the bird just poofs in a just a
It Misty stepped in.
puffs of some what? Yeah, it's the goblin. The goblin bird just Misty stepped in.
if you're close to the door, you would hear a whisper of, "Watch out for the birds."
Yeah, Grove Keeper would hear that.
He doesn't like you.
The party on the outside. You approach.
Okay, yeah, so I go back
Clavrel.
up to my homie Clavrel. So, Clavrel, I just wanted to make sure my people are good. It seems they are. Now, from my perspective, you and your group, you want the supplies. What are you willing to give for them? Simple bartering, trading. I don't think these people will give their things up for free. I know that you need it. What can we work out?
How about we offer you your lives in exchange for the goods?
Oh, you don't understand. That is something that we already have. And considering the altercations we've been in already, personally, I'm not too worried. My friends here seem to have done a very good job of barricading themselves in. I think for you, it is in your best interest to get out before the Avarex people make their way to you, yes? The more time you spend trying to break into the house, the faster they catch up. So it is you who is on the clock, not the people of Brentfield.
He visibly snarls at your words.
Turning the heat up.
Snuggly is currently typing, I noticed, and I assume that is, yeah, I would be right at guy at this point, and yeah. You can go ahead and make it is going to be a persuasion check at disadvantage, but guy, you're getting help from, so persuasion or intimidation, whichever you were trying to go for there.
You're getting help by hot ice boy.
Yeah, you're getting help by
Intimidation.
cool boy.
So it's a straight roll instead of
He's just posing next to you constantly.
Correct. It is going to be a straight roll.
It was disadvantage,
Yes.
now it's a straight roll. Okay.
Correct.
$11 for intimidation.
11.
You are really testing my patience. But we are in a desperate situation.
There is one other thing that I can offer.
And that is, I haven't heard much of an offer yet.
Assistance against the ones who are chasing. An end to the problem once and the people of Brenfield, when called to justice, should act, especially if me and my friends are the one to call them. You yourself have quite a mighty group. I think if we combine our forces and our information, we can make quite a stand, whether it be here at Brunfield itself or somewhere along the way. But I think you know that if you were to run, you may end up being on the run forever. Or at least just prolonging the inevitable altercation when they catch you. Now, you don't know me, but I can tell you that I understand the harsh evils that my people can do. I've seen them firsthand against some of my closest friends. I do not wish to see this done to your people. I wish to see your people thriving, enjoying themselves, like everyone should.
He takes a long, deep breath.
So you know what chases us.
I have heard. I cannot say I've experienced this group myself, but I have experienced groups like it.
I don't
Hatred
know if you
they
have. You don't know what the Order of Averix is. Do you know what an avalanche is? A rock slide?
Yes, I have seen quite a couple in my day. I've definitely seen the aftermath of one. Quite a messy situation.
Right. Well, while we sit here and cast stones at one another, the Order of the Averix descends down from the north. And as they move, stones pick up as they walk. As they pass, more and more stones begin to crumble and cast out along with their net. Soon, all of the north will be atop of us. It is only a matter of time before we are squashed.
Let me see if I understand your metaphor correctly. You mean to say as they travel, they pick up more and more numbers, and now they have reached a size that may be immeasurable?
The Order of Averix feeds off of fear. They gain members every time they pass a new group. It is true they don't like people that look like me or my friends,
And he points to a goblin who is currently picking his teeth with a jagged bone, going like while he does. So like you can see the hobgoblin kind of like winces as he gestures to him.
I had to pick that one.
Guy
For
kinda,
some reason.
guy's gonna like smirk, not like amusingly, but just like that's what he wants to like just goblins doing goblin things, right?
Yeah.
Like sitting there laughing, picking like that's exactly what guy wants.
He just like winces
And,
at his
like, an
like friend
endearing
there while you
smile.
go like, oh, you.
And he goes, yes, but they cast us aside while preying off the fear that we create. It is true we have done bad things in the past. Our kin have wronged our name, but the Order of Averex uses that as a tool. Every town
Well,
they
I can
pass,
say-
they gain more followers that will fight alongside them. Once they pass this
Well,
town, I don't think they will fight for us.
I don't think so either. If you don't put in some work to convince them otherwise, right now you've given them no reason to join your side and every reason to join the other. Have you not? Is this? I assume this is not the first town this has happened in. You're kind of creating some sort of self-fulfilling prophecy.
You would know there's not many more towns to the north. There are some territories that have been held by some of the older races, dragon folk specifically. Dragon folk have been known to have societies that live in the mountains to the north. Dwarfs do too. Most of the humans that are ventured out there are in like natural tribes, or any other races, shifters, lizard folk, the sorts, beast folk, all like they're mostly tribes. But you can assume by what he's saying that those tribes are not subject to the same thing. He continues.
There are not many towns up to the north to be preyed upon, but even the tribes to the north have fell victim to Averex's ploys. They have fears of their own that Averex is quick to prey on. Fears of not being accepted by the kingdoms of Estalosia. Fears that their enemies' tribes are due to be wiped from this earth. It is but wishful thinking, empty promises that, well, the Order does not have to fulfill so long as their troops die in battle.
Yes, I see the problem. But what I also see is that when you rule with fear, all one has to do is put that fear in a disillusion, prove to the followers that they actually have nothing to be scared of. If they are worried about the people of Estalosia not accepting them, well, all we have to show them is that, hey, even the people of Brentfield can befriend some goblins who are down on their luck, even with the history they have had.
Roll another
Banding
persuasion
together
check.
may be the one thing. Yeah,
You can finish your sentence when I say that.
yeah,
Uh-huh.
maybe the one thing that could prove to them that they are wrong.
With advantage, I will say, because you've worked this
okay,
guy out
I
of like
wanted
a
to make
hostile
sure
state.
21.
21. He lets out an even longer sigh this time. And coughs. And he goes,
You may be right. We do cause more fears that can later be preyed upon. This is true, but I am not in charge.
Who can I talk to? I do not think my friends inside the building will feel comfortable sharing their supplies with you until at least you can say that we are going to work towards a deal. But obviously I will need to talk to whoever can make the decisions. Do you think before we even go there though, do you think this is something? It sounds like you're kind of interested. I don't want to bark up the wrong tree.
I am a lieutenant of Uktagar's hand. I am no tribe leader. If you could convince a tribe leader of your words to be true, then you would have better luck speaking to the acting chief.
Let me go back and ask my friends if I can get a couple boxes donation of food, and maybe you and your men can go back up to your camp while
You watch as he shouts
he
shouts out in Gobbish now.
Men, pull out. We'll retreat back to the main road. We will wait for our new allies,
He says with a level of anger which imposes fear upon those around him.
to return with their friends in tow.
You didn't
much.
understand that it was in Gobbish. You watch as individuals
Yep.
pull up spears and start to move toward the exit, with glances toward you all at the door as he looks toward you.
I have given you some time. Meet me by the main road once you have prepared an offering. I will lead you to meet one of the chieftains. They will be able to sway their tribe and maybe begin working on others.
Lieutenant Clavrel, I want to thank you. I know it is not easy to make amends, it is. This is the hard thing to do. I will just say that.
Know this.
To
Right
show
now.
you that I mean business, I would like to give you this as a token of my appreciation. As I reach into my bag, I'm gonna pull out this like really fancy hat you guys actually haven't seen Guy wear yet. It's got big old like 5-point buck antlers on it. It is my trophy that I get.
Nice.
I'm gonna hand it over to him. This is from my first outing as a hunter when I was a kid. It means a great deal to me, and I hope it is a token of trust between us until I see you again.
He looks rather shocked. He looks at it.
This is too kind, but a show of good faith. Men, pull out. We will wait by the road. Do know I am putting my neck on the line. I am currently disobeying orders from my own chief. If this does not go in your favor, I will be a dead man.
Well, then let's hope that I can be as convincing later when I speak to your leader. Hopefully your presence with me will be helpful.
Our life depends on it. He points to you and then starts walking away.
No. I'm gonna go back up to the door.
I will
I'm
go
just
with
gonna-
you.
Yeah, I'm gonna knock again. Tuck, tuck, tuck. Almar, Diavora, it is Guy again. I just spoke with Lieutenant Clavrel of the Goblins, and they are moving out. You are free to go. I'm going to step back from the door. Feel free to come out. You
Almer.
can check first if you'd like. And then I'm gonna step.
Okay, Almer will look at you really quick, Rhinosker, and just be like, "What do you think? You think it's a trick?"
Can I do an insight check?
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
Yeah, on Guy.
Yes, but I don't know you, nor do I trust you.
Nope.
Yeah.
No
Yeah,
reason
but
to.
he introduced himself as guy friendly. Like, come
He's
on.
just a friendly guy. Like honestly,
yeah,
He's a
when-
friendly guy.
obviously.
And clearly,
his
that
name.
tells me
It's
to
in his
trust
name.
him. You're right.
It's in
Absolutely.
his name.
Tells me to trust the man that I have no idea about.
Yeah, and
Fair,
I'm
fair,
obviously
fair,
a hog.
Investigation's a +5, so an unnatural 20.
An unnatural. Yeah, this individual seems to be telling the truth. I will also say, if you want to give me a just general perception check while you've been huddled in the, just to kind of set how like much you've been able to hear outside.
Oh, look,
You
I
can do
get
that as well.
advantage on hearing.
Oh, that is.
Nice.
Look at that.
Nice.
Neato.
Okay. Perception. 17.
Yeah, you definitely heard like a heated conversation between this voice that is now talking to you and the hobgoblins outside. And in common, you could hear like fully like a conversation get heated and then get calm and then steps walking away. Like that is promising information.
So,
Followed by that trustworthy insight.
Is there a how do I explain this? Like a
window?
roof entry?
Sunroof.
It's not so much like a sun. It's very narrow. It's very thin, and like maybe honestly, I'm tempted to say you could probably squeeze through it. Just knowing the physics of you. So go ahead and give me an acrobatics check.
Oh, that's great. I get advantage of this too.
What?
Natural 20.
Someone in that top corner going, who?
Yeah, you flatten yourself out as individuals like yourself can
How
for
many
some reason
flips?
be able to do, and you can just squeeze yourself out of this very thin. It's like a thatched and tiled roof, but like there's a second like lifted roof above it to let like smoke billow out from the top, as there's like, as you know, inside there are a pair of forges in here.
I would be the worst person to be chasing someone.
But you like,
No, if your head fits through.
yeah.
The rest of you.
And it does. It does. Your head did fit through, and once you squeeze it through, you can just slowly pull yourself out. And you're on the roof of the building now. You can like look down to see two goblins.
A bird flying away from you.
Thank
you.
Neither of the goblins look like any of the tribe at all, to be fair. There are two goblins.
So, am I still invisible? How long is
Oh, that is true.
There's one
hour.
goblin.
One goblin, one predator shimmer. The there's a furbolg, a ice ganassi, a human, and a Goliath all standing there, as well as a beast folk. The oddest conglomeration of people confront, like, with the front, just a nice looking cowboy guy just knocking and waiting on the door. He looks like a friendly guy.
Question.
Yes.
Did the person that sent me the letter, did he give me the names of the people? Or did you just give me a description?
He has given you two names, and actually that's a good point, because one of them was the very odd name that confronted you at the door. Yes.
But it was guy friendly.
Yes.
DM question.
Okay.
From a moved back point of view of hogs, do I see whatever creeps out of the top of Elmore's roof?
With a natural 20, I'm going to say no. I'm going to just give him the
That's
advantage here.
fair. You know what? That's fair.
So he sees you first. I will say, you know, if he's just prowling on the roof and you guys are paying attention, eventually you guys will spot him.
Yeah, you just see like a half elf, half wood elf, in like tribal garb, like barbarian tribal garb with a wicked bone glaive on one hand, and him just like down in like a crouching cat position on the roof, looking down at you all. Once you all start to look for him. His skin is dark brown, but his hair is white and gray, as well as hints of brown in it, and he is covered in red war paint.
Red war paint?
Yeah.
Beautiful. Oh,
And
hello. Are you a new friend of Mr. Thickwickles? My friend Almer?
yes,
Yeah,
it is Fleckwickle, so I'm confused what you're
Fleckwickle.
talking about.
Oh, Fleckwickle.
Yeah.
It is the accent. I apologize.
Yeah. I wasn't sure if it was the accent or not there for a second.
I am
It wasn't.
associated. Yes.
Well, let them know it is safe to come. I got the goblins to leave for a time. I have much to tell him. And much to show him.
You realize that you almost got shot, right?
Oh, no. Was one of the goblins not following his lead? Did you have an eye on the outside?
I've been watching the whole time, and Mr. Fleckwickle was definitely planning to blast whoever came through that door.
You would actually know he had a large tube filled with like a firework explosive. Just 3 of them lined up at the door that he was just gonna blast with. Because you do know he has like an iron reinforced door. So the frame and the door would have
Be fine.
probably been fine.
I will
Slam
crawl.
maybe
I'm gonna do like a weird like crawl, but my nails in my hands are sharp enough that I'm digging into the wall while I'm crawling down it, and I knock on the door and then go and walk out onto the road.
Just like the street, yeah.
Almer just goes, you just hear Almer from the other side. You guys can listen quietly. Who do you think he is? Wait, where'd you go? What?
I'm outside the door, Fleckwickle.
Oh! Okay. I assume it's safe?
It is safe, Mr. Fleckwickle.
What color shirt am I wearing?
You are wearing a green cyan colored shirt along with blue trousers, and you are stained up and down with soot, as well as blasting powder.
That could have been a good guess. And he starts unbolting the door.
There, he does look like that's fairly often. I think he wore the same clothes when he gave me this pistol.
Rarely change, he says as he opens the door.
As Guy pulls out his pistol to show Ryan Escor. Can you say your name one more time for me?
Rinaskor.
Ryan Escor. Okay, cool. I just want to make sure. Let me see.
I don't think he said his name out loud yet, though.
No.
So,
No, I just want to make sure for.
so it's gonna be so for you guys, it's Rinaskor.
Renaskor.
Okay, cool.
Perfect.
Guy pulls out his pistol to show you, and he goes, "Oh crap! Well, there's only 4 of them, huh?"
You're kidding me, right? You're joking, right?
I was.
No, I'm not joking. I don't pay attention.
Says to you, disembodied voice. Somewhere to near Guy.
Almer pops his head out. Welcome back, I suppose. If you didn't notice, we have a bit of trouble, in the town square. It's goblin related.
Don't worry. Yes, I spoke with their lieutenant. We are having some sort of a deal. The people can go back to their homes. What I need is for the people to donate some wares and supplies. I'm going to make an offering to the leader of the goblins and see if we can work together. They are on the run by this group. I don't know if you've ever heard of them. They follow a what was it?
They follow Averex.
Wait a
Thank you,
second.
bro.
The Order Averex?
Yes.
That's
I
the
believe
very
so.
one.
I believe that's what they said.
Oh boy,
Yeah.
oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh no.
And they're on their way here, so I think it is in everyone's best interest to work together.
From
You
where?
think you can help me
Where are
spread
they
the
here
word?
from?
North.
The north.
The north. The north. He like runs
That's where all
inside
these goblin
and
tribes
starts
came from.
grabbing at papers in one of his desks, like deep into his study. He's like just rifling through papers, pulling out maps and spreading them out on his sheet.
Can I walk over and watch what he's doing?
He's just looking at maps and like charting towns to the north, cities and regions, things that would be north of here, and is coming up very dry. You can see marked on there are a couple locations marked as battles from the Wars of Scales. But besides those, like there are like crossed out in red sections upon the map to indicate like fallen places of battle. And actually go ahead and make a history check.
All of us?
If anybody who's would be watching Almer like rifle through his maps.
Nah, I'm distracted by a mouse.
People get out.
How do I keep doing this? 11.
11? Yeah, you can just notice battles clearly from the Wars of Scales, from what you've heard.
18.
18.
18 from who?
Rhinaskar.
Yeah, you would notice some of these battles. You've heard tales, mostly oral, told of like the times the times that the tribes united with the Kingdom of Estaloja to fight off the armies of the Dragon Lords. The Dragon Lords themselves were a sect of both sorry, I'm trying to think of what? Please tell me I saved this.
You saved it.
So the the Dragon Lords were both a sect of dragons as well as draconian knights who led the resurrections of fallen cities of ages past. We're talking cities of the Second Age, before the Days of Chaos and the Divine Sundering. Ancient cities which were said to like fly through the mountains of north of basically all of the world. There were
So like fairy tale stuff.
Yes, there were, in the times of the Wars of the Scales, these cities were used as mobile command operations by the Draconian Knights and the Dragon Lords themselves. They were the reason that the Dragon Lords were able to push across Esteraria so effectively, as they had these giant floating cities of doom where they would dispatch drakes from.
Oh God.
The Knights of the Knights of Estaloja and the tribes of the Wild Folk united to stop this war and bring down those cities. Those are what are marked to the north.
So not a good thing.
And as he's pulling out these charts, he looks to you guys and goes, I don't really know where a group like the Order of Averex would muster so many troops, unless we're talking the mountains to the north. And some of the things that are in the mountains to the north are, well, remnants of a war I would not like to relive.
Isn't that the War of the Floating Cities? Yes.
That was the one. A number of folk within this town fought in that battle. Many of us lost loved ones.
Do I pick up on that after it being said out loud?
You
And connect what the markings are?
yeah. You
My family's connected.
you've
enough,
you've
I
heard very
assume.
little tales of like the flying cities to the north, as like to be honest, your father was more of like a frontline fighter. And
My mother.
yeah, and your mother. Both of them did not face any combat at the foot of the mythical cities.
Got it.
That was more does not return from that kind of battle. But like most people who were on the battlefields did see the collapse of these cities like high in the mountains to the north in ages past, when they fought like across the Kunyase Plains and around the region that Brenfield is currently built. Brenfield is built on one of the last, like, where the edge of the battle, the last battle ended in the War of Scales. A lot of veterans from the War of Scales settled down in the spot of Brenfield once the war was over. But Almer goes, there are people who have ventured north and set up cities in the mountains. There are dragon folk and maybe lost tribes of the Draconians, and the Order of Averex have a history with the praise of dragons in general. They see him as a sort of remnants of their lost god, a source of unwielding power that will set this world ablaze.
Is this not something we can use to our advantage? We have a type of dragon with us now. I'll turn to look at Cruz and Queenie. We could say that we were sent by their gods. Maybe not Cruz.
That would be a hell of a bluff, but you're welcome to try. When you do, I would like to be outside of the city limits.
Yeah, their message didn't seem too fond of non-humans.
I'm not sure that they will let Cruz live should he approach.
Yeah, I don't think they're in
Why, maybe I should think.
I don't think they're in a means of
Oh
negotiation.
god,
with
there's
anyone.
an invisible one here.
Oh yeah, sorry, I've been here the whole time.
I love how you're not there in the square, so it fits.
Let's look out the window. Oh god.
But
You can show yourself now. No need to hide.
well, I'll be honest.
Real quick,
This
DM,
yes.
how long do I have on invisibility left?
It's an hour cast, isn't it? Or 10? Yeah. When did you cast it?
I cast it before when I started going out.
Sneaking out around here.
Yeah, before we even sent the note. You
Roll-
sent the note while you were invisible.
Roll 6d10 for me.
You got it. If it's within like 10 minutes, then I'll just drop it.
No, I'll tell you. I'll tell you how long it is.
Okie doke. Roll. 19.
Yeah. I mean, you have plenty of time left.
Okay.
You have at least half an hour.
Actually, I'd rather keep it for now. But I'm here. Might come in useful, you know?
We have a new friend here to meet. Almer, we've already met your friend here. Would you like to introduce us?
Oh, I barely know the guy. Yeah, great man. I love the guy. Don't get me wrong. This is no very helpful in a pickle. Very quick on his feet. Very dashing young lad. But yes, no, I have not gotten much time to get to know him. Rhinosker, right?
Yes.
Rhinosker. This is Guy, and he points to Guy Friendly. If you can give a brief description of your character, if you'd like.
Yeah, so you see a medium size, I think like 5'11", tanned skin, mustachioed man, wearing just normal worn jean trousers. He's got a couple of double holster on his belt with a big old belt buckle that says GF on it. Guy Friendly. He's got what looks to be two different types of pistols, one on each side. The one that he showed you earlier, the 4-shooter, that's on his right hip, and on the left is a different type of gun. His little character is in my screen part of him. But yeah, Guy Friendly wearing like a green vest, buttoned up, got the hat on. He just kind of, as he did with the goblin, he takes his hat off and bows down. And Patty is not with us right now. He wasn't sure what was happening.
This was deadly a second ago.
Patty's probably with Moog.
Yeah, Elmer continues. This big fella is Grovekeeper. The Grovekeeper? How do I address you? Is the necessary?
No, not
We just
really.
call him GK. I've never called him that before, but he hasn't hit me yet. And he just glances toward us.
Grovekeeper is fine. It's just what it's what we call names, I guess.
This is actually, that's a great point. I was thinking about this. Go ahead. Just roll an insight check for me, Miguel.
What does this have to do with?
Recognizing this individual.
I get advantage. It's the best part about this.
Recognizing Grovekeeper.
Wow. I definitely stand out.
24.
You don't get many people, you've not seen many furbolgs before. You have seen some, and the some that you have, this one looks familiar. He's maybe a little bit older. It's hard to judge on a furbolg. He's definitely taller, but he was already tall to begin with. You at one point had met a younger individual who, accompanied by another furbolg, similar in proportion and structure. At one point when you were growing up, does have some sort of formal, regular relationship with your clan. You can't really, you don't really know what, but this individual has definitely been to your home before. Maybe years ago, but yeah.
You might actually want to do a insight check on me then too,
Yeah.
because of the war paint.
$23.
There we go. Yeah, this would be years ago, and honestly, it really depends on you how many of these journeys you would accompany your family on. But if there was a regular peacekeeping mission, if you even wish to call it that your family would partake in, essentially just getting to know the woods was your purpose. And that would mean traveling far south. That would mean traveling just all about the forests around Valamir, or more specifically Glengrove, and south around Lake Valis. Depending on how many of these trips you would go on, I would say it wasn't frequent necessarily, as this was one of the furthest south tribes, but there was a strange group of shifters that at one point when you were going on these journeys, you do remember meeting when you were young. Not very vivid memories, of course. Sure. But yeah, definitely a very unique tribe that rings in your memory. And yeah, you have a lot of tribes like that you would visit.
Keeper was definitely involved in the wood stuff in the forest.
Do I need to make an
No.
insight check?
No.
No. Okay.
No, and we want you to
No,
know
it's far south, so you said you stay
specifically
close
because you
to.
But yeah, you do get a glimpse of recognition between the two of you. You do also see him. Almer introduces Guy, who is this very chiseled. Does anybody stop you as he introduces him as Guy? Nope.
Guy is Guy?
Or Guy, did I say Cruz? He introduces him as Cruz, of course. I said Guy. Who is this very chiseled...
Sorry, no, World, no.
Right, Whirl. You can obviously tell. No insight check needed there. But he introduces Whirl, and after introducing him as Cruz, who is this very chiseled individual, like...
Cruz even says, I am Whirl.
Yeah. Helmer, I only just met her. God damn it. Yeah, he's a very chiseled, icy Ganassi. With
you a wink.
Yeah, he gives you a wink as he's got like this white tuft of flowing like air-like hair. He has this little red dragon with like this pseudo dragon, to be the technical term, with a cute little set of wings perched upon like a much too big body for itself, with this winding neck. Almer continues. Durenia here, who is this large Ganassi, also carrying a staff, has an eye patch over one of her.
Durenia?
Doesn't she carry a staff?
No, she's not Genasi.
Did I say Genasi?
She's
I keep misspeaking. Goliath. A very large sandstone-colored Goliath, which you'd recognize before. They're known as Cliffwalker Goliaths. They live in tribes far, far to the south, but they've spread around Esteraria, especially kind of the more arid cliffsides, as they are natural-born climbers. Homebrew race of mine. The last one is, I guess not the last one. The last one he's able to introduce is Styx, who is this goblin, very nicely dressed with a big set of like alchemical gloves on, a big pouch of gears and gadgets and a bunch of tools upon his waist. And Almer will lastly introduce Moog, who is a beast folk. He is just a wolf. He is a wolfkin. He is a very familiar looking like race throughout these parts, which mistaken for a werewolf quite often, a little bit smaller in frame. He does have like black and white and gray tufts of fur all across his body, wearing tribal clothes.
I'm guessing I could smell the difference between what he is.
Yes, 100%. And actually, go ahead and give me a perception, or go ahead and make a perception check at advantage.
Well, it's a good thing I got advantage, because that's a natural
guess
one.
what?
And the other one is, what was I doing? Perception?
Yeah, just a smell.
Yeah.
You're smelling him.
Oh, well, if it's professional smell, it's 23.
Yeah, he's not even a wolfkin. He does not even smell like a wolfkin, nor the other. He has got a unfamiliar smell to you. But very, very unique. Definitely not a wolfkin. You've smelled plenty.
It sounds so weird.
And
That is weird. That does
Guy-
sound weird.
does Guy notice? Is there any kind of hiding of that?
Insight
Of what I'm doing?
of just the smell.
He's doing a
Natural
lot
20.
of. Yeah, not 20.
Yeah, you clocked immediately that he's smelling something on move off, and your mind immediately is, yeah, you're 100% on top of this. You know what just happened there.
Yep.
And yeah, he introduces them all, and Almer finishes up by going, and around here somewhere is another short fellow, pale, goblin-y. Where you at? Where you at, Hans?
I speak up again on the opposite side of Almer. I'm right here.
He pokes you without looking that direction.
Ah! Ow!
You can't sneak up on me.
Nose! You picked my nose.
You can't sneak up on me.
Big target.
True. He does have a big noise.
But I think we have more pressing matters to discuss. What is going on with these goblin folk? Are they gonna let us go free? Are they gonna leave?
Well,
Do I need to blow them up?
it sounds like they
No.
wanted basically to take food and run, but I believe Guy is hoping to get them to stay and fight with the town.
If
First, you have
it
to get
is
the town
true
to stay
that
fight.
Sorry.
yes, but if it is true that these people are going to come through and ravage our town anyway, then the people will have to choose to either stay and fight or abandon everything they have worked towards their whole life. And if the people of Brenfield are anything like the people of Glengrove, they will not want to run.
I'm not too sure, actually. Brentfield's been beat up pretty heavily in the past couple of
mean,
years.
If
Morale is not
Yes.
exactly very high.
But if we call for help back from Glengrove, I'm
Whoa.
sure.
I was almost gonna say, if the plan even is to get help from Glengrove, why not just fall back? I
Could be
mean,
a
this
good plan.
town has seen a lot of damage, and if there's about to be a larger force coming through, it might be too little, too late.
I think Grovekeeper might be right.
Obviously, I have a bias to wanting to help Glengrove as well.
Yes. You know, I haven't had the opportunity to think everything fully through, but I think if we were to offer this as a suggestion to what did that
Agreed.
the Uktagar?
Oh.
If Uktagar agrees,
You
I
want to
think this
offer
could be
to
a very good
Uktagar?
idea.
Uktagar is a god.
Hogs will just go. You want to offer it to Uktagar?
He did not.
He say that
He did not give you the chief's name. That is.
It's a god.
That is his tribe's name. The leader. I don't think I did say it.
I don't think he did either.
He didn't.
But
he didn't.
no.
Hogs will explain it.
he didn't say the leader's name. I thought that he said that he was a. He said, "I'm a servant of Uktagar," so I was like,
Yeah.
"Oh,
Yeah, Uktagar's hand is the name of their tribe.
Guy, Uktagar is like Uktagar to him is like the moon to me. If that makes any sense.
oh,
It's a little
I
different.
see.
You're probably
this is-
not going to talk to him specifically.
Okay, well,
I apologize
Either way.
for interrupting,
yes.
but you said your names were Goy Friendly, and this one here is the Grovekeeper. Yes.
Yes.
Grovekeeper's fine.
No, that is necessary.
I believe
My bad.
we have an acquaintance, and this is why I've been sent here.
Who has sent you?
His name is Dragnor.
No, Dagrin.
Dagrin. Sorry. I totally read
Oh.
that wrong. I looked at the
Dude,
name
you
and it
have it
fucked
written
up.
there. He hasn't
I
messaged
looked
to
at
me.
it and it immediately fucked it up.
All good, all good. Brr, 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 brr.
Well, we haven't seen Dagrin since we got back to town, I don't think.
Dagrin
I
is
don't
dealing with
believe
his own business.
Correct.
He,
We know a little bit.
he sent me here to help you deal with yours.
Well, I thank you,
Wait to like deal with our business.
Rhinosaur.
Well, like the goblins, probably.
No.
You know, he's got his own mess he's
I don't think-
cleaning up.
I don't know who
I
this
believe
guy is, but I don't think he
Rhinosaur is
knows about
just-
the goblins necessarily yet, right?
Daglin.
Well, he knew
I
we
don't know
were
if he
coming
is
back to
fully
the
aware
town.
yet.
It could just be coincidence.
Who met Dagrin that night when he came into the clearing? It was Guy and
And Hogs, I believe. I
Yes.
think everyone else was asleep.
no, Hogs was asleep.
Just sticks.
Yes.
Oh, other goblin. I did a racist.
The one, just so you know, the other name you were given
There was. Were you talking the first time?
the first time
Or
specifically.
the second.
Oh,
okay.
Laurel, your voice
I
is
ran
back.
into him in the world.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. No, I'm back.
So specifically the first time, and I can't remember if he brought it up the second time, but specifically the first time he brought up the fact that he is on a mission, and Townsend was not his mission. That was an accident. Aster Townsend was not his mission. You guys remember he mentioned Alandir, the name once, if you were looking, because he was looking for them. He is on a separate mission, and that is what when Rhinoscore mentions that. You guys will have that more freshly in your mind. That's all I'm saying.
Gotcha.
So did you hear me, Guy? You were dropping out there.
I lost sound.
I was saying Dagrin mentioned to you in the clearing that he is here on another mission, and Aster Townsend was an accident that happened on the side. He
Yeah.
needs to stick to his main
I remember
mission.
him saying.
So that's what Rhinoscore is referring to.
We gotta clean
Okay.
that up.
It is a real problem. If it doesn't get fixed soon, it becomes a larger one. Especially if this order of Anaxis shows up.
Yeah, I'm not gonna
Well,
lie. If the order shows up, I don't think anyone's gonna be all too happy for the most part.
Here's
Either
the
people
problem.
will be.
Imagine more people like Tom in the order with his powers.
Uh,
Yes, this is not something that I wish to have happen. If Mr. Townsend or any of his goons are to be found by this group, this is not good either. Mr. Townsend is north of us. If this group gets to Brenfield, there's no way they don't run into each other, no?
who's to say they haven't already?
Oh, this is a lot.
If that is true, then I must notify, but I must have clear, solid proof that this has happened. And if it is true, I must notify the rest of the tribe. Because it's become a larger problem than what a group of adventurers can deal.
Yes, this
I guess.
problem is already starting to seem like an avalanche.
If I may.
Oh, sorry, real quick, to answer your message, Rhinoscore, you would go ahead and make a history check for me, whether or not you would know of Avorix. You do know of Avorix in one sense, which I will tell you. 20. Yeah, you know of Avorix in the sense that the big, like, all myths come from the root of Avorix. Like, knowing, like, being given oral tradition as your, like, way of knowledge from your tribe. Your stories all come from the myth that Mirandus and Averex were the first two cosmic entities to create life on this planet by ripping each asunder and creating the first four gods out of the bodies of the two. Averex was one of that. He was a great burning ball of flame of sheer power and divine creation, and all magic is said to have strained from Averex, and so on and so forth. And the gods, took divine magic from there and divvied up domains from those two, but all stemmed from Averex. And that is that you know all about Averex, like in that sense, like of just, oh yeah, this great bird that created it all. Creation myth. It's very simple. You also do know of the Order of Averex because you've heard stories of like these really horrible humans that definitely were poachers. Some of them were like mercenary. They're a band of mercenaries that grew, and a large group did grow in Valimir during the time of the War of Scales. Not that you were around for that, but that has its stories that remains in the Valimir, or not Valimir area. I'm sorry, Catalima area. A group did spring up in Catalima for a time. They didn't get any power enough to overthrow the city like they were known to do, but they tried.
Rooted out, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, actually, I didn't give you guys a proper description.
Yes.
So I like I said, he is dark skinned. He does have brown, white and gray and blue hair. But the top of his head is dreads, while the sides are shaved off. He does have the red war paint, but the thing about him is that he is more slender than muscular. He looks like he doesn't have much muscle, and he shouldn't be able to carry the weapon he's carrying. That being said, the weapon he's carrying is a glaive that he's using. He seems to be carrying in one hand, but it seems to also be modified in a strange way. It has strange small needles around the shaft of the glaive that he doesn't seem to be penetrating his hands with, but they look like they could if he put enough pressure. And the glaive blade is silvered on the blade end.
Convenient. That could come in handy.
Yeah, we didn't have to do that. We just silvered all of our weapons, so perfect.
How wonderful.
But
so basically, don't try and use Rhinoscore's glaive. Is what
I wouldn't. It would be painful. The another thing is around his neck. He has a strange like animal totem that seems to be like 4 different animals at once. That seems to be some sort of tribal totem that hangs around his neck. And it seems very ornate in comparison to his clothing. That being said, all he wears is a like in my token a bone leather jerkin vest, and then hide pants and a bone belt. In the bone belt, there are bone crossbows, and on the back of it is a hand crossbow of
out of bone? Oh. No. Also bone.
Bone. It's all bone.
It's just like a weird shaped bone that's conveniently in the. It's like this is. I got this from a flesh crossbow. It died.
Don't worry about it. I had to hunt it to make it first.
Exactly. Yeah.
As Grovekeeper literally has Elekin, Jesus Christ, Tim, an elk carcass in his like backpack. Like the bones specifically.
Just in case he needs stuff. He needs tools, he has to make them out of bones.
Yeah, I can definitely help you with that. Also, a strange thing that he does that seems very odd is that there is a large sack on the belt that seems very ornate in comparison to the rest. And he has on the back of the belt are like 10 empty vials.
Nice.
Moog chimes in here, and he goes, if you guys don't mind me speaking on the matter, I don't have faith that the forces we have mustered here, standing alongside goblins, would hold off any sort of organized advance that may come.
I agree. I think we should send these people and the goblins to the south.
I think we should focus on convincing them, yeah. If we can convince the goblins to maybe do a unified retreat with the people of Brentfield, we can try to supply them both with enough food. I think their biggest problem is going to be supplies, though, so we'd have to come up with a solution.
Well, actually, food is not something I think they would have to worry about for too long if we were to travel as one. A few of us are actually fairly proficient at hunting and gathering. I know I
believe
can
We
personally
do still
provide
have
for.
to deal with Asher Townsend, unfortunately. We can't really let him just run wild.
And also, remember, we are feeding an entire town by that means, which is that's a lot of hunting, I'm not gonna lie. So
Well, to be fair, if we want to get into the mechanics of that, that's very true an option. Like, you guys could probably, with your proficiencies, very much escort a town, whilst helping provide them with ample, like, that's one of your specialties, if I'm not mistaken, Guy.
Yeah.
That's in your background.
yeah.
I can find food and fresh water for myself and up to 5 other people.
And admittedly,
can
that's just
bring 6
5.
people.
That's cool.
But that's just 5. But like, if you guys wanted to do this during a travel, admittedly, you guys would have to. It would become a sort of management ordeal along the way, as you guys would have to deal with protecting them, hunting for them.
Yeah.
Admittedly, you will have, but like that is a route to go.
Well, I
You would
mean, I
have the
think
problem of Aster Townsend, though. That is true.
What I think, what could be good, I mean, if we give the town time to prepare while we deal with Asher Townsend and then leave, or how quickly is this force coming, we do need some more information.
If we could get some more
Yes.
information about how fast they are, we could track Asher hopefully within a decent time frame. We could tell the people of Brenfield to go south to Volomir and warn the city there. They would have much better defenses for this type of operation.
True.
It is true. The city of Valamir is very sturdy, and the city of Glengrove is full of war-hardened veterans.
I don't see any nobility in charge of a city very much liking that one of their vassal villages has been taken by force, by anyone.
Now, you said a lot of words that I don't know. But okay.
I'm basically
well, I
saying get the people in charge to send their soldiers to deal with that.
He just
problem.
leans over to Peepers. Dude, what's a vassal?
Peeper just
I mean,
shakes
I
their
think
head.
the first step, at least in any of these plans, is at least convincing the goblins that we want to be friends, want to help, not hurt them.
I don't see why we could not. Mr.
Fleckwickle.
Fleckwickle. Mr. Fleckwickle, would you mind giving up a portion of your stores to maybe help offset this conversation in a decent way?
To be honest, if what you say is true and the Order of the Averex is marching, I'm getting out of here. I'm not staying to defend my hut. My hut can move. I build wheels for it, and we'll get the fuck out of here. But if you need what I have to help convince these goblins to save more lives, I'm not going to stand in your way.
Perfect.
Thank you very much.
Almer,
Right, you
on
wouldn't
top
want
of
to come with
everything
us
you've
to
done for us.
Valamir, would you? We could use a handy guy like yourself, making explosives and defenses for the city.
Imagine the fireworks you could make.
I
in
Right.
such a battle.
I would, I'll accompany the folk to Valamir. I'm on board. I think we need to get out of here, and if we have more big hobgoblin folk at our back, I think that is a plus. Even if they just
Alright.
locked me in my hut for the last 2 days.
Almer,
I
could
think
you
understandable
spend
might be
15 minutes? Spend
Go ahead.
15 minutes collecting some stores to offer up to the goblins while we get ready to make a big ask. Honestly,
Also,
Are we
Mr.
meeting them somewhere? What
They're waiting
Yeah.
on the
We're gonna
road
meet you
outside
guys
of
on the
town.
road.
Question.
do we want?
Yes, 1 second, guys. Rhinoscore, what?
Do we know who's in charge of the town?
Yes, you guys know the
Yeah, we
mayor
know the
very
mayor.
well.
We just
he
haven't
may
been
or
able
may
to
not be
talk to them
corrupt.
Yeah, we've
Okay,
had
so
some
do we know a
information.
person that's in charge of the town that we don't have to murder?
Yes.
The mayor's name is Riverhill.
Yes,
Free.
they know him, and the problem is he's currently locked in the keep that is being that is surrounded by like the forces of goblins. They're building before the group was going to head there to take out this group surrounding the keep. They were going to clear out try to get the citizens out of this house first, to then go group up and attack the keep where the mayor is being held, the sheriff is being held, and
A number of townsfolk.
yeah.
So this becomes a lot simpler then.
It could. You guys just have to. You're probably going to have to convince somebody to let them out of the keep first. This guy did not go say like. That's why he said meet me on the road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I can help Mr.
this guy.
As we're talking, we can help Mr. Fleckwinkle take
Yeah.
Oh.
stores out in a wagon. Or
He
whatever.
turns about and he's like, Brim, Goomba, Gamba. Sorry, Goomba. I called him. Gamba, start piling some stuff in this cart here. And you watch as he starts to like try to flip over a cart before Rhinoscore comes and helps him.
Also, I can help flip a cart.
Yeah, you guys
I'm
do.
not very strong, so you should probably do that.
It's flipping a cart. Most of it is
Big
on
muscle
the
man.
weight, being
Yeah, I
distributed
don't
to the right
have
side.
that, though.
Gotcha, that's fair.
Remember.
That's fair. You just squeezed out of a no.
Out of a hole in the roof.
By the way, I am 6'8", and I am 125 pounds.
So you're like the same height as Grovekeeper,
Holy shit.
but he's a big he's got a +2 strength, +2 con. Like he a big
He's
mountain
thick boy.
man.
Yeah, Rhinesker is a very slender man with a -8 strength.
Oh god. -8 strength? I think you mean 8 strength.
You mean an 8 total.
It's an 8 total.
He's
right.
He's got
He's a
got
-1 to strength.
Yeah.
Fair.
But that's like having a -8 strength, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, my wizard has a -2 strength, -1 con.
-1 con. Good luck out there.
The dice were not on my side that day.
But yeah, so things are starting to be gathered up. You're waiting these 15 minutes to gather the stuff up and then going to the street.
I
Okay.
believe so.
Yeah, to go
So
meet
the plan
with,
is to try to get everyone now to go to Valamir, and we're gonna go with them.
Well,
Yeah,
I think
something-
get them to
something like
prepare
that.
themselves to go to Valamir.
Yeah.
While we hunt down a werewolf.
Right, okay, that's the one we're gonna go with.
If it takes 15 minutes, Dungeon Master, then Hogs will just drop his invisibility then at that point.
Okay, you do so. You first you
Just punch you.
you see
I'll go around the
Hogs.
corner first, I guess, and then I'll walk in.
You see Hogs for the first time. The one that was described in your letter to keep an eye on.
Ooh.
Oh, because of the.
Yes.
I'll describe my character if you'd like. I am a very small, very frail looking goblin. While I might have like
You make the
some
DM
meat
die.
on my bones, it doesn't look like any of it is muscle. He's covered in hides. You actually don't see much of his skin, but what does poke out, like his ears and nose and whatnot. That's pretty much it, honestly, because everything else is completely covered in hides. And he has this big hood over his head. But what you do see seems very pale for a goblin's complexion, even for a goblin's complexion. But it is still green and whatnot. You can recognize him as goblinoid. And anytime in the future when you do catch a glimpse of his eyes, they are glowing, somewhat brightly. But they don't give any light.
Well, I was just gonna say, you make eye contact with Hogs kind of immediately as he shimmers into view, and you're like, wait, I'm supposed to be looking out for this exact description. And you guys just make a brief eye contact, and you stare deep
you make
into
eye contact
his eyes.
with me, and I immediately
Can I
break you. And I
insight
start like
For that
at all?
second, though, you can see it. His eyes just are like full moons to you. It's just for a second, it's like staring into a bright moon on just a starry night
How does
overhead.
that affect me? That's a question.
That is a question, and it's very mesmerizing for but a brief second. And I will say he does look away, so it kind of pulls you out of it as they're gone. But yeah, it's for a brief second, it kind of just mesmerizes you, and it feels like a much longer moment as you get this like feeling building up inside of you, but then it's gone as soon as he looks away.
Hogs, you see fangs start to emerge.
I will
from
say
my
I
master
straight up
team.
don't, because I immediately avert my eyes once
No, it's an immediate thing.
Just for a brief second.
Oh, got it. Cool. Yeah,
Not terrifying at all.
Cool. Definitely not a coward or anything. Don't worry about it.
But you guys gather up the
I was
stuff, put
gonna
him up
say,
on a
when he's
cart.
not hiding behind a wall, he tends to hide behind Grovekeeper as if he's a wall.
Makes sense. You look like a wall, so might as well.
You made the same connection I did. Good. It does look like a wall.
Treat him like one. He's a wall. He is the wall.
He feels like a wall, that's for sure.
Aw.
We love our good old Grovekeeper.
No, I just meant like he
Whatever
feels
else.
fucking
Oh,
sturdy.
it's
Like,
Yeah.
every time you
Oh,
hit him, I cannot move this
Oh.
guy.
I can now make a mental note to never look into Hog's eyes.
I think Hogs would like that.
Or in
I'm-
case of emergency. Yeah, in case of emergency.
Right.
Hogs actually loves looking into people's eyes.
Uh,
But we'll get there.
So everybody gathers up the supplies into a singular cart, where you guys like line up and start wheeling it out. Do you bring everybody, from within the houses? There's a number of like able-bodied individuals who, help you gather up the cart. There's a few recognizable faces.
Any
Brim,
comrades?
no comrade. There's Brim Rumblebrook. There is a man named Gomba who is the bartender at the bar. Is lizard folk guy, as well as Martin Newberg, who is this very posh rich asshole who runs a store in town.
I send
Guys,
I tell
can guys
oh,
spend-
go ahead.
sorry, I just want to spend the 15 minutes, like kind of lightly explaining the situation to the other people helping to gauge see if they would be open to helping the goblins against them.
I was also gonna say, do we want to try to, short rest at least before going to?
Well, yeah, no, I would
talk?
love a short rest.
An hour? You're gonna take an hour.
I don't know.
I don't think
We
spending
didn't
hours are good.
We didn't ask for long. I think
Okay,
an hour is a
then
lot.
I don't think
I'm
we
not
should.
gonna lie,
I don't think we should.
Because I still think
The
that
warlock. I would love a
peace is
short
gonna
rest.
fought.
I mean,
I
still
would
think this
too.
is on the clock.
I'm missing one wild shape. I'd love it back. But
That's fair. But you guys gather up the stuff. Guy, go ahead and give me a persuasion check as you're kind of talking to people. What do you say? A guy comes up to you as you're like moving boxes, and he goes,
wear your amulet.
"Why are we exactly doing this again?" And he like as he's like loading stuff into.
Hold it.
What is the group called again? Avara?
Order
Avarice.
of Avarex.
Avara.
Averix or Averix?
Also, while we're on the topic, it's Aster Townsend.
Aster Townsend.
Not Astor.
It's
Like,
not.
is it
Well,
like-
it's
is it like-
Astor technically. It is OR. Is how Astor. But like you guys were saying Asher Townsend, and I just like I didn't want to interrupt the RP. And then like the second person said it off the first person. I was like, before this gets out of hand, and I have to just change the character's name.
I have Ash written down.
Aster Townsend.
Aster
You
Townsend.
have
yes.
heard of Avarex.
Sure.
No, I don't think I have. Slams it in.
He was thought to be one of the old gods, but there are these people, followers of the gods, the Church of Avarex. They are quite disgusting, brutal people.
Right. What does that have to do with these goblins?
They are chasing the goblins solely because they are non-humans and wish to kill them,
Right.
take all their things.
But they're taking all our things.
They're trying to, and now I am telling them that instead of them taking it from us, maybe we help them escape this
Who's he talking
persecution
to?
they are fleeing.
Just one of the citizens.
Is he human?
If they escape
Yeah, he is
this
human.
Persecution, then they won't have to ravage the town, and maybe they can start making a better name for themselves. They just want to live like you and I.
Well, they're going about it a horrible way. I don't know. It sounds like they're coming up with excuses just to raid and pillage. I don't don't know
want to
this.
make an offhanded comment
Yeah.
while he says that. He says, "I would raid and pillage as well if my entire race was hunted down to its last."
They
Go ahead.
haven't
Human.
really killed anyone.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check with advantage, guy. He, as you guys kind of make this combat, he places down that last box kind of slowly with like a lingering thought. 16? Well, yeah, I suppose. We wouldn't be in this mess if they just came and asked first. I mean,
This is something
Be
I have
honest with
spoken
me.
to them about.
Be honest with me, and I'll look at this person of Brenfield, and I'll say, if a goblin walked up to you and asked for them to stay in your home, would you let them?
well, I mean, my pops was killed in the last goblin raid.
Yeah, a lot of people were. Sometimes things don't happen, or sometimes things happen, and not every side gets to hear what the other side was like, right?
I
I think it's
suppose.
just important that people try and look at situations from both sides. Sometimes people change over time and they don't stay how they used to be.
Look,
Mr. First
all I'm saying is, I'd raise my sword against a goblin the same I'd raise my sword alongside a goblin. I had a common enemy, somebody chasing me out of my home. I know how it feels, so if that were the case, I'd have to, make unusual allies.
And I believe this is one of those such cases.
First steps.
You hear a
It would be
couple.
helpful if you shared this sentiment with friends as we go to hopefully make these goblins our allies.
Well, as you're unloading Almer's house, like all of those who were locked inside overheard this conversation. As your whole party kind of, was a part of it, so was everybody watching it, and you have swayed a number of people to agree with you, at least here in this current location.
Now,
But you guys
that being
pack up.
said, Almor, I don't think any of you guys should come with us for this discussion. Or Almer.
Why? You don't think I'm a level-headed individual that's good in a moment of negotiation?
No, not that at all. I just don't want to put anyone else at risk.
That's fine. I'm not a level-headed person one bit.
That is true. But also,
by
I
the
don't
way,
think...
Almer, do you have an explosive device just in case?
I don't think we should have that kind of fallback for this conversation.
Yeah.
We do all the time.
No, that sounds like a horrible idea. He goes inside his house.
And just as long as it's discreet, obviously.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I just look at you.
Like
I
a
look.
street explosive.
My
I
point
just.
is, and I'll turn towards like Gomba.
I pulled myself through a roof.
That's
Yeah.
pretty discreet.
My point is I don't think any of the people of Brentfield should be there. For if the negotiations go south, they would be at high risk.
Exactly, and so would
Instead-
me.
Yeah,
Explosive would be great.
I think that's a good idea. We'll stay behind.
I think actually a better alternative to staying behind is going to Conrad's house. Anyone here know Conrad Copperkettle?
Yeah, no Conrad Copperkettle.
Well, Nathan, Deputy Nathan's over there, and with a couple of others, they're armed, and you'll be able to protect yourselves there. And if things go positively, we'll come and let you guys know. Until then, just try to defend yourselves and don't go out of your way to kill anybody, man or goblin alike.
Well, he moments later Almar comes out with a bunch of these like tubes of like iron which have these like triangle tipped like heads like stuffed down these barrels, and as they're all in his hands, he like comes out and goes, "Don't worry, I'll show him a safe route around town. Conrad's house, you said? Yeah, lead him there. Don't worry, guys, I got something to protect us." And he starts like waddling with like his arms full off to the side, and people start like lining up. As he like, you watch as he like sets him down to the side. Everybody grab one. If something comes in your direction, just light this little fuse at the end and watch your face. You watch as everybody like timidly comes up and picks one, and he starts like lining them up to the side of the building. As you guys get your stuff ready and you start like grabbing the cart and moving toward where the goblins are, Rhinisker, you feel like a little tug on your tunic, and it slipped into your hand is one of those tubes as well. As you're walking away.
I just look at it. How big is this tube?
It is
Like a
Is it
Pringles can?
roughly crossbow size?
yeah, pretty much.
I just look at it and I go, "New crossbow." Put it on my side belt.
New louder crossbow.
New crossbow. That's all I think.
Yeah, but then he like scurries back to the others and starts leading them off. Yes.
Almer, before you leave, you don't happen to have any ammunition for the weapon you gave me?
No, not one. Oh wait, no, actually, didn't you ask him to make ammunition before you left?
Yes.
Or you
That's what I asked for before. So
before
if
you
didn't have it,
before
I'll
you
Asked him if he could get some.
yes, before you left in the mine, you asked him if he had any more, and you asked him if he could figure out how to make more. As you say that and remind him, he chimes in and goes, "Oh, yeah, I don't exactly have ammunition for you, but I was working on something for you, and I was eager to surprise you with it, but I don't know what we can do with it in this current state. It's rather heavy. And he like leads you into his workshop, and there you can see basically a very rudimentary bullet press, with like a singular lever atop and a place to insert different types of metal, as well as like spots for cartridges of spark powder. But essentially, this would give you advantage on every check making, except it is not portable in any way.
I was gonna say it's like a huge.
Yes, it is. It is a fairly large metal device that he's set up in his room. You would need a cart to move it, essentially, like a cart, and probably not much else on that cart. And that's where he goes like, yeah.
Look what's down that alleyway over there.
Well, he reaches on top there and hands you a palm of 5 bullets. He's like, these were a couple of test runs. Seems to work just fine, but not gonna do you much good here.
Kind of give him a couple pats on the back. Almer, you've really outdone yourself here. Wow.
I mean,
won't be able to take it now, but maybe after the conversation with the goblins before we head out.
I'll be honest, that thing in your hand, I don't really mess with. It's kind of too complicated, too fine machinery for me. This is more my speed, or if you want anything blown up, I'm great at that. That was a relic of an old friend. You fought along him in the War of Scales, in fact.
Well, if you see this friend, you'll have to thank him from me. Guy friendly.
One day I'll see him. One day.
Is he dead?
Yeah, he's dead.
No,
Right.
Gruesome death. Really, really ripped apart bad. It was
All right, Elmore. I think
yeah. Right? Too much? Okay, bye. I'll see you guys. Let's go, guys. You watch as he like picks up his big tube and he starts marching out with a group
Remember,
of...
don't antagonize anyone.
I can't hear you. You hear him
I was
perfectly
waiting
as he
for
walks away.
someone to be like, have you ever seen a gruesome bear attack? And you guys are like, yeah, like every combat. Like, what are you talking about?
Like all the time.
So
I've
does
seen this
this
man
thing
bite
weigh
people in
more
half.
than 300 pounds?
Wow, you're gonna make me look up how much a bullet press weighs.
Some riveting Dungeons and Dragons here, everybody.
Old school ones weigh about 90 to 100 pounds. The old school ones.
Yeah, like, and that's what I'm talking about, obviously, is like an old school one where it's all like one metal block down to the ground.
That's gonna be a heavy
I'm
thing to
honestly
carry.
just gonna look how much an anvils usually weigh.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, it's gonna be a couple 100 pounds, close to anywhere, like up to 500 probably.
Ooh, okay, yeah, Guy is gonna, he kind of like goes
I'll
up to
order.
it before he leaves. He just kind of like tries to get a good grip under it. Ooh. Kind of grabs at his back. Oh, okay. No. I try to give
When
it a
you
little
turn around,
nudge.
Even
Doesn't
Grovekeeper is gonna have a hard time moving that.
So Hogs is waiting by the cart, ready to leave, waiting for all this to happen. But everybody keeps talking to Elmore, and Hogs is just like holding up at the front of the cart, like, "Are we ready to go yet?"
Yeah, Cruz is kind of over there with Hogs, like.
I've gone over and
that.
sat next to y'all. at
You
this point.
guys get your stuff going and move out, and they're waiting for you just on the edge of the road where the hill that the town's inn is on kind of winds down to the main road in the center of town, leading all the way down to the keep at the end of the road. But as you guys meet up with the lieutenant you had previously spoke to, Clavrel, he waits for you with like a tapping foot, arms crossed. Seeing you approach with a cart full of supplies, his eyes go wide and he starts to nod his head. This is good.
What's pulling the cart, by the way?
I mean, I figured you guys are Durenia and
Like a
Grovekeeper.
hand cart.
Yeah, well, no, it is a cart, but like you can guys put your
Oh.
shoulders underneath and pull it forward.
We're big
Um,
people.
Like it's yeah.
Yeah, that's what I
Um,
was asking. It's like, is there a
If you even think about whipping me.
I figured there's 4 of you to pull it forward so you
I'm
guys can
nice
do it.
to you when you're on the reins, okay? Come on.
But you lug it forward, and there you like kind of set it in front of Clavro.
This will be a good gesture. This is a good start. But tell me, what is your plan before we go speak with?
We're gonna try to talk your boss into heading south to the fortified city of
Valamir.
Valamir.
There, the people of Valamir, the people of Brenfield, and your tribes can mount a concerted cooperative front against the people of Avalex.
You said pull back to Valamir, where you guys can do a
Yeah, sounds like
Where they
that's
could
the
do
plan.
controlled pushback, so they could take their lands and their cities back.
And do you think you can convince the people to work alongside us?
We've already
If you
convinced
guys
many
would
of them.
be, if you guys would be cooperative, I think, and no one would have a problem with it. I'm pretty sure most of us, I mean, at least any learned folks, would understand the severity of Avarix and the
But
history
here's the thing,
of doing
Lieutenant.
so before.
If you take homes from people that did not deserve their homes to be taken away for no reason, most people, when you call for aid, will come to help you.
He nods.
Yes.
This you understand is not the thought by many of my kin. It will take your quick tongues and convincing to see otherwise. But let's go. I will lead you in. You will be speaking to a leader within my own tribe, Moral, the monster. It is.
Sounds like a nice chap.
He is all talk. Sometimes he'll rip you in two. But you look sturdy. Not you. You look easily ripped in two.
Yep.
Who's he pointing at?
He was actually pointing. Yeah, he was pointing at like a good section of you. It's hard to tell.
You're pretty skinny.
I'm just tall and skinny as hell.
This is not the leader of my tribe, and this is not the leader of the pack. The pact. The leader of all of the clans that have come here. We have united under I can't say this with an actual accent. Zrovek, sorry, the Vengeful. Zrovek, the Vengeful.
He's taking us to talk to Moral.
Yes,
the monster.
Who is positioned outside of the keep, where there is a massive war machine being built at the moment. Not massive, but a ram is being built. Yes. And as you see this, go ahead and make me perception checks. Anybody who is here.
Does it have to do
I'll
with
get
smell?
help from my familiar.
Yeah.
If you want it to be, you can say it is and do that. It's just a
20 points or 22.
Gracious.
Well, that's even with advantage. That's an 8.
Even with the advantage for me, it's a 10.
Well, guys,
22.
Nice.
Solid 1 and a 4 on the dice roll.
Rip.
I had a 4 and a 17. Plus 5 is a 22.
Okay, well, sorry. Go ahead and put them in chats if you don't mind. 22 I got. 19 from Grovekeeper. Or 10 from Grovekeeper. I don't know why I said 19.
Because Hogs has
8 from
19 above
Cruz?
it, maybe.
Yeah.
22 to guide.
Usually we put
Isn't
it.
that pebble
Yeah,
pretty cool?
As you guys
Whirl?
start walking,
Whoa,
yeah,
man, wow,
Shiny.
I've never seen one. It's got
So
like
shiny.
little crystals in it.
yeah, they're looking at that
Real-
really
real
cruel
quick.
crystal. Yes, guy.
just in general, when we put rolls in chat, we're putting them in Foundry. Just so you
Oh,
know.
sorry. Yes, yeah,
There you
yeah.
go.
Yeah.
I don't know where you put it, but I just noticed it.
Yeah. When I say in chat, I mean in the Foundry chat. But yeah. You guys see that really nice rock that Grovekeeper points out. You know, you kind of like bend over to look at it while you're being led into the camp here, just for a brief second. While your nose catches wind of a like fire nearby, you kind of turn over to smell it just down the road at the end of the street. Guy, you can see it right there as a standing next to the fire. You can see a just a goblin and this like really short bugbear standing next to a water genasi who is spraying water at the fire currently acting to put it out.
I just look right at Whirl.
What?
World?
Oh, who's it?
I don't
Wait.
want. I don't
Look
want to
over
be,
there.
you know, another racist. But the last Genasi we met kind of attacked us because of you.
Also, you've told us about how you're looking for a water Kanazi.
Also that.
What is
That's
it?
a woman.
That
I'll
too.
look
There
over
was
at her.
also
You
that.
do look over to see Brooke currently standing next to a bugbear and a goblin, both one running back to a nearby well and bringing a bucket of water to the bugbear, who is just throwing it uselessly on this building that is ablaze, while Brooke currently casts a spray of water which actually does something to the fire.
I cast shape water on her spray and make it do like little like dances in the air.
You do so. She begins to look quite confused and begins to like try to shape water back for a second before just like letting it drop, confused and frustrated, before like looking about to see you down the road. And just in a moment of just shock and surprise, you watch. Go ahead and give me an insight check, actually, Cruz.
She bolts.
She goes for
15?
no flat.
15. You just watch a wave of emotions just cross over her face all at once. You can see just like a sheer look of shock before excitement, just sheer joy wash over her before like realization, fright, worry, and just like just confusion all at once before she just like stammers forward, Cruz.
I
Cruz.
take the rock, chuck it behind me towards the Grovekeeper,
It hits Grovekeeper.
and
Never mind.
and take off running.
She's stunned for a second, and then
Rock's
yeah, she
gonna
takes
hurt
off
you,
running too.
Pebble.
You can hear the goblin near her go, what is it? Do we need another barrel? Another bucket? Where are you going? Are they attacking? No.
Do I still have this?
Is he
10
trying?
HP?
And just like gets in the background before like she has just gone down the street as you are heading toward her, and as you guys meet in the center of the road, you guys just embrace in just the most heartfelt hug you guys have seen in the middle of this burning town. I'm
Yeah.
kidding. Not most of it's burning. There are a few fires that fill
Right.
like the smoke in the surrounding, but as the camera pans around this embrace, you can just see a menagerie of just like the strangest looking individuals looking on at this reuniting of individuals.
Shed of manure's on fire as it explodes in the background in slow mo.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Guy looks over to
All that methane
Rhinosaur.
buildup.
You can see the goblin just go as like the bugbear runs past with a bucket of water just in the background.
Guy like kind of goes over to Rhinosaur, and I know that she just said the Cruz called him, but we're calling him Worm. She
Uh,
she doesn't know yet.
She
He's
pulls
been
back
looking
from the
outside,
embrace,
looking like,
looks you in the eye with such like love and concern for a brief moment, and she goes, "What are you doing here?"
I've never stopped looking.
W- Right. Well, I have not stopped looking either. I've been on quite a bit of a journey, and well,
I can see that.
you shouldn't be here.
Well, I am.
You
Barney.
shouldn't be here.
Her tone gets very serious.
Neither should you.
The Order is looking for you.
The order. For me specifically.
I found them first when I ran from the farm
This
I
is
was being kept
the
at.
Order of crazy cult people that are coming to kill all
They're
your buddies.
mercenaries, but yes, they have a prophecy that they're spouting about. A man of ice will bring about the torch that will burn the world.
Wait.
You're known as the torchbearer to them.
Good thing we did the whirl thing. That's definitely not torchbearers. So. Sorry.
World of
Right.
Torchbearer.
What do you carry anything on you? What is that on your shoulder? She steps back to see
no,
Queenie.
it's
You're going to
like a dragon, but pseudo. Like not like tiny, little bitty guy that doesn't breathe fire. Just like like Queenie show and like Queenie will transmit like little happy feelings and emotions over to her.
Why, he's a friend of your amulet buddy.
The camps of the Order were open to outsiders. Certain outsiders, more than others, for sure. And I found refuge there first, to the north. And they spoke of a prophecy that reminded me eerily of you, Cruz.
What? How of me? I mean,
You're
sure,
the
I'm not-
only man chiseled of ice. I have.
Well, I mean that I am chiseled. You know that more than many other.
I do
That maybe
know
I
what
apologize.
you are
My
referring
mind
to,
is
but
kind of like
and
well,
clearly,
this is where the trail led me, and
who are these that are staring at us? And she gestures past you to just like Grovekeeper Durenia, the new 6'8"
eyes.
person,
Two beady
Just-
eyes around Grovekeeper's
Guys,
cab.
a couple of goblins.
should we put out this house? Should we put this fire first? Do we need to put this house?
Ah, we got it! You see the goblin like running to the nearby well. They do not got it. She goes, yes. Let us focus on this first, and she continues to cast.
Yeah, I'll be like, guys, give us just a second, and I'll start helping put out the fire with shape water. And
Can I?
I'm assuming, are we still a
You can see that the party that was leading you, the leader has turned around and is quite frustrated, but has stopped to see this interaction. Clavrel
Yeah.
is kind of like waiting with his retinue just at the side. They're all just staring angrily with like glares in your direction.
Bit of a rush, so I'll help speed this along for you guys.
You guys
I
can quickly put out the fire with magic
okay,
purposes.
yeah,
Especially with a water ganassi at your aid.
I was willing to just create
Who you
water.
do see has some sort of druidic magics to her. You had a question, I believe. Rhinoscore. No?
No, it's fine.
But yeah, as this interaction goes on, she goes, she whispers to you while you put out the fire. But, Cruz, do you carry anything on you? A torch of sorts.
Yes, of course I do. And I look down at my necklace and say, yeah, like, bam,
Oh boy.
as
And-
I pull up a little, like, Eldritch Blast of, like, fire in my hand.
Does Brooke know any? Have you confided in Brooke to any level of the entity within your gem?
Probably not.
Okay.
I probably would have told her about the necklace, but I wouldn't have told her anything about what was inside.
She goes, what exactly is the importance of this gem? Why would an order have a prophecy about... And as she says this, behind you comes Clavrel.
Is there a holdup here? Brooke, do you know these people?
She goes, to be honest, yes, I do know this one here. He is a good man, and I trust him with my every being.
Oh, thanks, Dallin.
You watch as he, like, raises his nose to Brooke, and then to you.
Well, to be honest, that works in your favor quite a bit. Come now. We must talk to Moral.
Brooke, you wanna come with us, maybe?
She, like, looks to Clavrel for, like, approval. He just gives a nod, and she follows suit. The goblin stays behind. So we'll just work on the fires then. And you can see them start to run off into the town toward another smoking building.
You got it, buds.
As they're running away, I'll hand them like 4 vials of like this foamy substance.
Okay.
And I tell them just throw it at the fire, and it will put out the fire.
He, like, eyes you suspiciously.
Okay. I don't know who you are, but...
He looks to his bugbear friend.
If I die because of this, you hunt him down.
And then they'll head off.
I just look at them. If you need more, I'll be wherever they're taking us.
You, like, hear them run off toward a fire that's, like, on the other side of the alley here. You guys start to head off. You hear a glass shattering in the distance, and then, like, a goblin cheer. Cool!
Guy smirks again endearingly.
Just goblins doing goblin shit, you know what I mean?
That's how we walk with them, man.
You show a goblin some cool stuff, they'll do great things. It's great.
I can confirm.
Styx just begins to wind his jack-in-the-box crossbow as you say that. Just in case.
Let's not do that. Let's not do that again.
He just gets into a ready position and then puts it back on his back.
Alrighty. No one's bumping the Styx.
Of course, guys.
Oh, come on. Like, that is the policy with Styx at all times, unless you want a stink bomb going off on you.
So true.
As we're walking over, I'll give Brooke a quick lowdown on the necklace. Be like, all right, listen, there's this like fire genie that's held within, named Affy. Like, he's if you ask me, haven't ever had any issues.
Is there any chance that he has been deceiving you and lying to you this entire time?
I mean, I don't know why he would. I mean, I suppose he was like locked in a tent and like couldn't really like get out on his own for a while until I grabbed him and ran off. My brother's pretty pissed about that, actually.
One of your most endearing traits, Cruz, is your ability to trust somebody.
Oh, thanks.
I think this might be our problem at this very moment, but we'll talk later. As you guys head out into the as you guys head into Morals.
As they're walking, Hobbs
wasn't a
is
compliment?
walking right behind the two of them, and he'll just go, "Yeah, we're actually planning to kill him in 3 days."
Wait, what?
And he just keeps walking.
Yeah, right before you go meet the hobgoblin chief, Cruz is incredibly on edge.
It's the perfect joke.
Cruz is just like,
me? You're killing Effie? Who you planning to kill?
Huh? I
All
didn't
right,
say that.
listen.
What did you
Just give
say?
me one more level, and I'll drop a fireball right in the middle of this place. All right.
Moral.
That seems a bit
I didn't say anything. What are you
much.
talking about?
As you guys approach Moral here, the day is winding down. It's quickly becoming sunset. You guys approach this camp outside the front of it. You guys head down the street here. You can see two large tents with a pile of wood lined up one side of the tent as goblins are currently running to it and toward the siege machine, which you can see is a large battering ram which is being constructed in the center. At the far end of the camp, as you approach, you can see an ogre who does see your group approaching first with its head high above the crowd of both the camps and other goblins. You can see who's moving their character about. You'll be coming in the north end here. Oh, shoot, you guys don't have vision, do you?
We don't have.
I just needed wherever we can put a token. It's all.
You're good. You should have full vision, so.
Now I do, yeah.
Hey.
Yay!
I'll put your party tokens out.
Gnarly.
Yeah, you guys are coming in this end of everything.
Hey, it's me.
You guys approach, you see the ogre, which sees you first, and as it sits up, Gurata! It shouts in the direction in a deep guttural language, as a number of orcish and gobbish heads like all turn and kind of look outside the camp. You can see as a number of forces ready, but then walking to the front of the camp comes a hobgoblin in splint armor, just lined with like different symbols. Some you recognize to be like the holy symbol of Uktagar, the orcish symbol of Uktagar, and just like painted on splint mail armor. And as the one in front with like this red scarf around his neck, it cuts to the front, he gestures to his troops to lower their spears slightly, and as they lower him to the ground, they still stand at the ready, but as approaching first is another hobgoblin lieutenant. They exchange words in Gobbish first. The man you know as Clavrel speaks.
Moral, I come with asks of parley. They wish to speak and discuss a plan of peace. They speak of peace when we have run their town through. Why give them peace when we hear them out? If we are to live, we must hear them out.
As he like takes a few steps back, his posse kind of clears out to the side.
As they're stepping back, I would like to try and discreetly cast guidance on Cruz.
Okay. You can do so. Cruz.
Would like a set hand for this?
No. I will say there's like a posse of individuals in front of you, and then your posse of individuals. Yeah, both of you have guidance as you guys.
I have the cantrip now as we got to level 4.
As Clavrel steps aside, those who wish to speak come forth, and you are presented with this broad-shouldered hobgoblin. No neck visible underneath.
Copies hogs for
there's like no neck underneath the scarf, and you don't think there would be if there was no scarf there, as he's got like this thick, broad face with just like this wide chin with two like misshapen tusks which jut out of either side of his mouth. And as he looks down at you, who approaches him?
I will stay next to Guy, or I will stay like one step behind Guy, so like 5 feet behind.
Okay. Who steps forward though?
I step forward.
Okay.
It's like
Guy steps forward.
Gotcha.
Is this the guy here, or is
Moral is this guy here, right here. I have not put out the retinue that you've actually come with. Let me go do that quick. Downtown Brentfield. many maps out here?
I love how this section is literally just a section of the Brentfield map cut out.
Yes.
Yep.
Why not?
Yes.
Yep.
It ain't broke.
The map is the map, right?
That's right. I know exactly where we are.
These are tiny homes. But that's fine. Don't worry about it.
All homes are kind of small to Grove Keeper. Most
Especially
ceilings
those
are kind of an
crackling-
issue for him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, wow, we got a whole group.
Yeah, you guys couldn't go to
The water
Unterville.
exhaust.
You guys just literally wouldn't be allowed in Unterville. They'd be
Yeah,
like,
I
you'd
would
break
have-
every chandelier in here.
No, I would just when I'm a
think
higher
they'd be
level
fine with me.
druid and I can just be an animal at all times. Then we're fine.
But you guys
I think they'd be
approach
fine with me.
large pillar of fire. Like the fire pit was dug like 10 feet across, and just these large pillars of wood have been set like into a teepee style and set to burn. You can see a clay pot is currently being affixed to the horns that are on the front of the battering ram. So as if like when the battering ram is smashed, this clay pot on the front will also be smashed.
Oh, that's nice.
The keep itself, you can see, is currently surrounded in these bright green vines, which climb up the entire surrounding of the keep and just like encompass it in a very thick, like protective barrier. Those of you who know druid magics know Dior is probably within. Not Dior. Jesus, wrong character.
Diabora?
Diabora is probably within. Diavora.
Cocra, man.
But yeah, you approach.
Diabora.
He looks down and kind of like you can see him grip his axe like to make his knuckles like almost white, and he goes,
Why have you come to me?
I'll have Queenie start giving him like feelings of friendship and happiness. Telepathic
make a
recognition.
persuasion check with Queenie.
As this happened, Guy does the exact same greeting. Hat off, big old bow. Hello.
12. Okay.
Yeah.
And let's see, like blinks.
My name is
weirdly.
Guy Friendly. This is my friend Whirl here. We are here to speak on behalf of the city of Brentfield.
We have a proposition for you that we think might be mutually beneficial for us and your people. And I will be holding Brooke's hand as we walk up to, keeping her close by.
You got it.
And we're just chasing you. We want to help.
Do you wish to help by giving me your foods?
He laughs.
We did bring a parcel of goods as a measure of goodwill from our people to yours.
As he laughs, his people laugh around, and you say that, and his people start to laugh, as you can hear like a couple of,
food? And he goes, well, that is good. And there's more where this comes from?
Potentially. However, your people cannot continue to run and flee like you are. And you know this. The more people the more people you break in and steal and murder and burn their stuff, the more people are going to join the cultists that are chasing you. So what we propose is an alliance. Your people and our people working together. A mutual retreat back to the city of Valamir, where we can regroup behind the defenses and make a united stand against the demons that would raise our lands and yours.
People of Brentfield know what it's like to be chased out of their homes. they will be sympathetic to your causes, but not if you continue to act in such a way towards them.
Go ahead and
We have
make
proven
a
against. Oh,
Cruz. Go ahead and make a persuasion check with advantage from Guy. So this would be a disadvantage.
Guy does not have persuasion.
Oh, okay. That is fine. This is a social challenge. I'm more lenient on the rules when it comes to that, as long as you're willing to RP. But yeah, you can have advantage. I will say, this is going to be a disadvantage normally, because these are hostile enemies to you technically still. However, he did not pass his contesting save against Queenie's telepathic onslaught of friendliness, so technically that negated the disadvantage. So you will have advantage on the roll. Long way of saying it.
25.
If you need it. Never mind.
That was with guidance.
That
too?
was with guidance.
That was
yes.
with guidance.
Oh,
Okay.
cool.
As
22 without, got a 3 on
Fair.
guidance.
as he says this, makes this statement, Rhinoscore, once again you get like this like the blessing of hogs. It is minor, but just this feeling, this primal urge of freedom just washes over you, but for a second like chills up your body as this spell is cast. And the hobgoblin starts to nod in front of you.
And who will convince the people of Valomir to take in my kind?
Well, for that, we're going to rely on the leadership of this town to speak with the leadership of that town about a mutually beneficial or mutual enemy coming from the north.
Valamir and Brenfield have often acted as allies for each city to stay afloat. There is an established trade between the two. If you become a friend of Brenfield, it is much easier to become a friend of Valamir.
Also, you have to remember, I'll remind Guy that they don't like their cities being taken.
And you can convince the people of Valomir here. Or you can convince the citizens of Brenfield to speak on our behalf, even after we've cornered them.
We've talked to.
We have convinced a small group, but the majority of the people are held within the keep. If I could speak with them from the outside, if you wish, I've done it before. Then
I give Guy a side eye.
Maybe we should actually be able to go in.
People have been having an issue with food. Why don't we kind of set up a cookout while you guys go talk with the people inside the keep? Get some people fed.
You watch as those of you who are watching kind of watch a glance between Moral and Clavrel for a second. And anybody who wants to make an insight check can at this moment. Those of you who are watching, I'll say probably less so the two talking.
17.
Oh, yep.
Probably
I
less.
will also
But
put it in
Get my
chat.
parents.
That makes sense.
just because
Also go to 17.
there are plenty of people rolling, I'm sure we'll get somebody who can.
Ooh,
We're a whole
Look at-
these parts.
Yeah, Rhinoscore, you, all three of you kind of recognize this glance of like recognition. It's him basically asking, is any of this true? And then a second, like, deeper glance of, do you think this will work? He kind of like has a brief glance toward Cruz and Guy, and then back toward them. Like, it's sort of saying, like, do you think these will be enough?
Can I give like Brooke a little nudge.
Even I'm on your side. There's no one in this world that I would trust more than Cruz here. And I think these individuals have proven that they're sharp of tongue and quick to convince others to aid them where needed. Isn't that right, Clavrel?
The woman speaks truth.
He says timidly.
They have only said the right thing so far, and if anyone is going to convince Zrovek, then I think it is them, with the help of you and I, Moral.
To Clavrel. So anybody who can speak Scottish can understand this.
I'm listening.
He goes,
What a dope pebble.
You know.
Put down the pebble.
Hmm?
Put down the pebble.
Mm-hmm.
Not right now.
You know asking for aid from the people of Valamir will not be within. Will not be something Zrovek is eager to do. If we walk these people into his den, and his tempers flare, do you plan to fight on their side, or fight for the pact?
he looks about at you all. Clavrel says,
To be honest, I don't know.
and Moral goes,
Well then, I think that's reason enough. If it's enough to sway your faith in the pact, maybe time for a change.
and then he says back to you,
I will let you speak to those inside. If you can get them to stand alongside us out here, me and my group, urging sign to Zrovek of the future we may hold.
and he steps aside,
Can
gesturing
I,
toward the camp. Yeah.
he, Renasker is going to kind of raise his hand just like this.
What is it? Speak.
I'm not familiar with your hierarchy. How do you all not make decisions, but how are you all leaders wise? You seem like you're a chieftain or some sort of leader, yes?
I am leader of Uktogar's hand instead of Zrovek the Vengeful.
So you are
Our 5 tribes and some smaller have formed a pact, and Zrovek the Vengeful is mighty.
I will drop the name see if he has an inkling of the name. 1 second. Baldork of the Pact of Blood and Hide. Are you familiar?
It's Bald Dirk. Like
Dirk. I have Baldork. I don't know. Dirk.
What a bell door.
Baldork.
What a Baldork.
By the way, did you see that guy rolled an 18 perception to find some arrows on the ground while they were speaking in Goblin?
Naturally, you know.
You know, I commend your commitment.
You find
Meanwhile, I can't look at a pebble.
Guy, you find that an arrow is currently being used to hold in a corner of this tent as like a stake. They ran out of stakes, so they have an arrow stuck in there. Can you take it?
I clock it. I don't take it yet.
Okay, got it.
Yet.
Not during
Wait.
negotiations. If we bust out into a brawl, that's the first arrow he pulls.
Sorry. You said have your leader sounds like
he name drops
Baldur.
I said leader reminds me of my leader because of the leadership ways that they're doing it. And he dropped the name of my leader of the pact of.
Well, let's do a history check.
Crispy VDL, do I recognize the name Baldur? As a history buff?
It's
Or is he not
like
that
tribal.
big?
Go ahead and roll a history check.
High DC here.
Very high DC here, but there is a chance.
God.
Oh, come on, haven't you just been there?
Telling me there's
Come on.
No. I gotta be honest, there's an odd chance, but boy was it odd.
Yeah.
He shows no signs of recognition, but he goes,
Zrovek has proven himself mighty and smart time and time again. Do I think he is the mightiest? Possibly. Are there mightier out in the world? Always. Is
The only
he...
reason. Sorry.
oh yeah, no. He just continues.
Is he the best leader? Who can say?
But what were you saying?
He said, the only reason I ask is because if your pact is anything like our pact, it is only supposed to be beneficial for the whole. If it is not beneficial for the whole, then the others are allowed to overrule. It is about power and strength, but not everything can be solved with power and strength.
Well, I and Clavrel over here are Zrovek. He used to be leader of our tribe, but as he's risen leader to the pact, responsibilities have fallen to me. His own tribe, however, disagree with his rule. It would look ill upon him, and possibly sever the pact, negating his rule.
But if he does that, wouldn't that spell ill for everyone here, including yourselves?
Unless we could form a new pact, yes.
I will look at Cruz. What are we calling him? It's not Cruz.
Whirl.
No,
Whirl.
Whirl.
Whirl. Mr. Whirl. If I may give you some advice, you're speaking to a tribal leader. And these leaders are looked out. He looks only out for his people. Giving him an incentive that keeps his people not only happy but thriving, and then convincing the others to not only do the same but to get them to work together will be not only the best option for you here, but it could keep calamity from happening all around us. Do not try to contest him with strength. That would be bad.
Well, right, yeah, no. Strength. I don't know. I might look like I'm all tight and fit, but go mostly for like tone. Like not for like bulk.
I understand
strength
that, but
isn't
you
my
may be strong, but we are few and they are many. If he says
right.
they will come,
Brooke just goes like, yeah, you can find his weak spots very easily, and she like squeezes that part on your lower back that just like makes you jump.
Hey, jeez, easy, woman. Bloody hell!
You see, Hogs takes out a little notebook and he starts writing.
Don't you put that in your book?
Huh? What book? You look back and there's no book.
I will step back behind them now.
Moral gestures toward the keep, and speaks.
If you can get your people on our side, it will be the first step. But when it comes to swaying Zrovek, it is true for him to see his people agreeing on your side will most likely sway his decision most. If you wish to sway any other leaders within the tribes, we can see that happen. But for now, the keep.
And he shouts,
Make way! Let the townsfolk through.
Well, right. Are your people hungry? I mean, there was suggestions of perhaps a little barbecue while we go in and talk to the others.
Yeah, is that what anybody does?
Oh, Grovekeeper can just start pulling out his cooking utensils from his bag and kind of set up in this crossroads over here, and whatever food we brought can start making.
Hogs will also help with this.
As you start like cooking up the food. Like a couple goblins come up to you and like also try to help like fill, because it's like if you're making food for like this large group, it's like a large
whole thing.
pot, and they start filling up a cauldron. They take out some of the like cured and like salted meat you guys have in your pack. They take it out and they look. What's this?
That's probably some elk.
Where's the fur?
We took care of that already. We cleaned it.
Weird. He tosses it in.
It tastes better when you don't have to cough up hair later.
He just turns to his friend. That's why we cough up hair at nights.
I could show you how to if we do band together on the road, I could show you how to skin an animal very proficiently.
They contemplate it, but you guys reach the front gate of the fort. How do you guys want to try to get there in? It is a thick wooden door, probably reinforced with iron, you can assume, in multiple places on the other side. You can see two thick bands across it currently.
It worked once, it'll work again.
Yeah, it definitely worked the first time, that's for sure.
Is anybody else doing anything?
Look at Guy and just take like 3 steps back.
Okay.
I'll cast guidance on Guy again before I start cooking. But I go and I start cooking rather than be here.
Guy just knocks on the door. Hello, Mayor Riverhill, Dalen, Diavora, anybody? Are you in there? It's Guy Friendly.
Make a persuasion check.
You have a guidance.
No, hey, there were some pigs in this town. Could always go get some more meat.
Hogs? Yeah, I don't know if they're still there.
I'm just saying, if we're gonna be leaving everything behind, it's gonna be hard to herd some animals.
Oh yeah, no,
What's
they're
the roll?
Definitely 100%.
It's gonna be a 7.
You
With
hear
guidance?
no response from the other side of the door. You just hear, "Hello, it's Guy," and just like a whole bunch of people along the outside just staring at you guys to crickets in the background.
I let it happen, and now I'm gonna climb the wall.
Okay, yeah, you do so.
Guy stands there and he's like, they're probably in the bathroom.
There are a number.
I don't think they heard me. I'm going to. Hello.
There are a number of small archer holes along this keep on high parts of like the 4 like towers on each corner. Very small, very hard to squeeze through. But
I
hey,
don't think I was shy.
okay. Yeah, you can see. However, go ahead and make an investigation check for me.
Oh, I can do that. That's good. I have one of those. What's my
I
investigation?
mean, technically, all of us have one, whether we're good at it or not. We still got it.
You're absolutely right.
I don't know. This pebble's pretty shiny.
That's
That's
an
not supposed to
18.
go in the soup.
18. Yeah, you can actually scour up to the top of the keep where the tiles on the roof, there is a stripped section along one of the cross beams that you can remove just one more tile and squeeze in a section of like collapsed roofing.
Yep.
Easily you can make your way in, and staring in, you can see a number of like huddled individuals around a fire in the center, which sorry, in the center along one of the walls. You can see like a number of individuals huddled up and like cowering around this circle as a small little halfling, like elderly man, as well as just this human kind of like argue about like what to do, while this Aarakocra, this like eagle-headed bird person, just sits with his staff within his crook, just listening, kind of nodding along to the occasional thing that is said.
Squeeze through.
Yeah, you squeeze in, and you're like on the ceiling of this keep. Go ahead and make a stealth check if you're entering silently.
Sure. Yeah, I'll do that. It's not bad. Stealth +7, so 21.
Yeah, you enter, and you can't hear like, and they can't hear a word. You can hear the elderly man going, right, well, I there's not really anything we can do before they get in, and well, we're completely out of luck. I don't know what to offer. We've got stores that can last us weeks in here, but it'll be maybe a day before they can get through the wall. Is there nothing you can do, Diavora? Yes.
No, I'm just waiting. I'm gonna wait until the perfect moment to just drop right
Okay.
in the center of their conversation.
Well, Diavora goes, I've done what I can for the time being, but now we must just wait for, well, help from the outside. I don't think help from the outside is coming. Well, I think patience is key, and sooner or later, something will drop from the heavens just in time to save the day.
Drop.
Drop. Perfect. You watch Diavora is not phased at all by your drop. But the other two just freak out, and Dalen pulls his sword out, stammering back with it out toward you, like panting heavily as like Creed Riverhill just falls to his butt.
Excuse me, I'm looking for the mayor.
Oh, that's me. But excuse me while I just finish up my heart attack really quick.
Oh, please do.
Who are you?
Help from the outside.
He sighs as Diavora just chuckles behind it. Well,
is there any faint knocking in the background by chance?
As kind of like a couple shrieks come as people see this like individual who's just scared of the sheriff, and the sheriff has his sword drawn. A couple people shriek, which silences the entire keep on the inside, and you just hear the crackling of the fire on the edge, and then knock, knock, knock. Hello, it's Guy. Guy Friendly. from town.
Kind of making me look bad right now. I told them I would talk to you.
Mayor River. I'm sorry, it was
Mayor Riverhill.
Riverhill. Mayor Riverhill. Mayor Riverhill. My name is Rinasker. I have come for a different reason, but I see myself here now because you and your people seem to be in a predicament. The individuals of the adventuring group, that includes Guy Friendly, uh, Grove Keeper, Hogs, and
Oh,
World.
that we sent out to the mine, they're back?
Yes, they are. They've actually convinced most of these goblins to not attack, but they also have tried to convince them. Let me explain. Have you ever heard of the cult of Avarice?
Do you mean... Do you mean like that big fire god that
Yes,
a bunch
but
of
there's
old
a
myths
cult
have?
that follows him.
Not very familiar with them, no.
Imagine a cult of racists that kill anything that's not human and try to wipe everything else. The goblins are running from them. They came here because you are a town and they need supplies. We've convinced the goblins that if they ask for the supplies, instead of just trying to take all of them, it gives goodwill. And then when they go down to Valomir, where you should all escape to, you guys can all fight back on a winning playing.
So let me get this straight. You guys convinced them to not attack us anymore?
Correct.
I have to say, I'm pretty surprised you were able to do that.
Yes, that's the one named Cruz and one named Guy Friendly are very sharp with the tongue.
He looks about to Diavora and then across to Dalen, who is the sheriff of the town itself. And the look they share is confused and concerned at the same time. Dalen will chime in. Does this mean we're able to get out of here now, or are we...
Yes and no. What they would like is for you to talk to Guy Friendly, for him to convince you to help the goblins, and in exchange, the goblins will take you to Valomir, so that the people of Brenfield and the goblins and the people of Valomir can fight to take back their homes if that is what you decide to do, or the goblins can be relocated to somewhere that is more suitable for them.
Well, so you're telling us we just need to open up this gate and there's going to be Guy Friendly standing on the other side. That's him knocking right now.
Correct.
Hello, Guy. It's Guy.
My knuckles are starting to hurt. This is a wooden door.
Right. Well, I do just hope Guy understands that if like a goblin were to come up with a human person's name trying to convince people to come out of a fort, like the first name someone would come up with is Guy Friendly. So
That's
you
completely understandable.
Right, okay.
I was to give you goodwill, we already saved a lot of people from the village. Specifically Mr. What's his name?
Almer Fleckwickle.
Fleckwickle and many of the others that were there. They, in exchange for the goblins to let them go free, they just gave them food. That's it.
We're not really pressed with a lot of food at the moment. I don't know if we have much to spare, especially if we've got to make a break from our town here. Let's talk to Guy. And he like rushes toward the door and very timidly opens it up. Like before he does, he looks toward Diavora. And Diavora, you can see just like summons this little blue jay within his palm and then sends it out the hole that
I came through.
Miguel just came through, yeah. And you can watch as Diavora, eyes white, just come to once more, and he gives him a nod. They lift it up, the door swings open, and there's Guy and anybody else who wants to come in too.
As the door opens, Guy is still knocking. I'm looking over to Cruz, and I'm like,
And I'm like standing out of the main way of the door in case a large firework comes shooting at it, guys.
And as the door opens, oh, thank God. I was starting to worry you guys weren't going to open the door. Okay. Rhinoscore, how'd you get inside?
Don't ask.
Guy walks in.
I'll walk in after.
Well, how did everything go at the mine?
Well, the mine is clear. Yeah, that is no problem. Noel Van News is ready to set back up, but we heard about what's going on here and rushed back as fast as we could.
Yes, I'm glad you did.
I don't know. Rhinoscore may have already told you a bit, but the goblins are fleeing from this group. They are called the Order of Avarax. They are terrible. They are pushing these goblins out of their home, much like the goblins have done to you in the past. They have been convinced, partially, to, instead of just taking and running, to work together with us, the people of Brenfield, and eventually the people of Valamir. We'll need some help from you for that, Mr. Riverhill. Yeah, we want to all escape to Valamir and work together to take care of these assholes.
How do you know exactly that they're telling the truth on all this? This Order Averex bull.
Well, I have heard of such groups causing the type of trouble that they describe here, and a few different. I'm pretty sure didn't a couple of us.
Yeah, I mean, all of you know about the Order of the
yeah,
Averex is a very kind of well-known phenomenon. They popped up a number of times at different sites.
There's people that popped
I'm
up.
not good with history, but I'm positive Grovekeeper knows about them as well.
Yeah.
It's like if you know about a group of racists, that's the group of racists you know about.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just being part of the war. He definitely would have heard some stories from his parents. Like,
as far as I know, I guess they could be lying, but their actions do not point to that. From what I've seen, there's been very little damage. Some of them were putting out fires in the town. None of the people we've come across have been harmed. They've just had food taken from them and things taken from them. If I had seen more damage or more killing, I would be skeptical as well. But
so I will say, roll a persuasion check. I'm tempted to be like, you did see some people who were harmed. To be fair, harmed happened. People fought back, very much so. Harmed happened.
Yeah,
there were. I mean,
like there were some deaths, but overall,
it was fighters probably.
Yeah,
like
guardsmen, stuff like that.
Yeah,
but it is a persuasion.
Seems.
Probably get the nice smell of some elk stew going on from the outside.
I'm glad I wasted my bad roll on knocking on the door. 17.
17. Okay.
Yeah, it was a 14 on the die.
Never roll a nat one and have your bird land like right in front of someone. Super stealthy.
And then I tried to break its neck.
Yeah. I mean, it's only a wild shape, but still.
Well, this is great news, am I right?
For a druid, yeah.
Dior, Jesus. Dalen goes, well, this is great news, isn't it? If we really do have an issue coming our way, we have ally. It's not great news. We had people storm and take our food, and now they wish to take our food without permission. It's not going to get better. We're going to starve. We're not going to have farms to feed ourselves. This march to Valamir, they can turn on us halfway through when food gets short. This is not any better.
Tell you what, if you don't want to march to Valamir, you can stay here and die when those cultists come through and kill everybody.
I want to march to Valamir if that's what's safe, but why do it with enemies with us?
Because you don't have to have them as
you
enemies.
won't be doing it.
Have them as friends.
If we make an alliance,
we'll be friends, not enemies.
I
Just because we started the day off as enemies doesn't mean we need to end it as one.
I would think
That's
that
up
you
to
would know
you
this,
to make-
Mayor Riverhill.
Yeah, that's up to you to decide to end the hatred, begin the friendship.
One would think a diplomat such as yourself would understand that it takes trust to build relation.
And I'll lean forward to him. Can I kind of lean in close enough to like whisper?
Definitely, definitely.
And I'll pull him in and whisper into his ear. And if you don't agree to this plan, we know all about your lovely little embezzlement and slave trading and all the fun things you've been doing over the past several years to fuck over this town. And I have no problem turning you over to all the people that you've wronged and stolen from over the years. Telling them what an asshole you've been. So I bet you just get your little shit in gear.
Okay,
Enjoy the plan.
Go ahead and roll.
Fingers his pistol.
Go ahead and roll your intimidation check. I'll go ahead and give you advantage.
I do have intimidation.
Hey, Hogs, you gotta stop stirring. Let it sit.
I know what I'm doing.
No, keep it covered.
Hey, if you
Oh, no,
can't, if you can't
pepper.
stop your fidgeting,
One more time.
just watch the fire.
24.
24.
Ah, damn. Now that's the time to have a 24.
Anybody watching? Go ahead and make an insight check, Guy, crew, and those in that room.
Guy and
If you'd like to. You can say you're not paying
Check,
attention
this
always.
stew's gonna be-
Whenever I ask an insight check,
Ooh.
you can always say,
I think
I'm
I
not
got
paying really, I'm not really paying attention.
16 for Cruz.
Or you can let the dice decide that. 16 for Cruz.
17.
Yeah, you both,
I only got it.
Rhinesker, Cruz. I can remember the new guy's name easily, but Cruz is
Whirl.
blank. Whirl, yeah.
Whirl.
Both of you just see the face of Riverhill just go ghost. He just like goes pale in an instant, his eyes wide, his chokes is on his word. I think it's better to have the numbers, I suppose, than more enemies. That just makes good business sense. Right.
Give him a little bit harder than necessary pat on the shoulder as I
Gives you
step back.
daggers of a glare.
Just smile at him.
See, like, it's as he does that, like the glare, Rhinasker's actually standing behind Whirl, and you just see his eyes narrow down at the half.
Well, I should go put my game face on then. And he's like steps off like to the only separate room of the keep, which is just a second level. So he just start. Oh, you follow him. I see.
yeah, we just threatened him. I'm not letting him out of our sight.
Okay. Well.
And I'm still hand on my gun.
Okay. Do you do this stealthily?
No.
Okay. Well,
Very obvious.
he goes upstairs. What are you all doing?
Rhinasker, if they're following, Rhinasker would like to
I think just Guy is.
interpose. I would like to interpose myself in front of anybody else that would like to try to follow them.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll follow up right behind Guy.
Okay. Okay, you can do so. Rhinasker, Dalen, approaches you. You arrived in town, kind of like the night of the day of the raid.
Sorry, better yet, I'm gonna stop Guy, and I'll send Queenie up, and Guy'll just see my eyes flash white as I start to look through Queenie's eyes as Queenie follows him.
You're gonna stop Guy from going?
Yeah. I'll just put a hand on his arm.
Okay.
And
Um,
have Queenie fly up as I pop into her eyes.
Well, yeah, you
I,
arrived in
half
town.
Pull my pistol out before I realize.
You arrived in town kind of the night before the night of the raid started. You had met Dalen very briefly. I mean, he's the sheriff in town. He met you. He sized you up. Seemed like a nice folk. kind of just gave you the talk saying, don't go starting trouble. What do you need here in town? He told you who you asked who you were looking for. He pointed you in their direction. However, shit kind of broke out very soon after.
I would say he's a sheriff.
Yeah, he's the sheriff.
So
Unless you would have
probably-
avoided him.
No, I have no reason to. I think I put a lot of bearing on who my tribe is and the fear that instills in people.
Mhm.
So I kind of just don't care.
I mean, yeah, he definitely, like, Dalen is not, like, the hardiest sheriff. He's clearly, like, a young guy who stepped into the sheriff role. And he's definitely getting his bearings. But yeah, you 6'8" in front of him, he gives you, like, a good amount of space. Just, like, still arm's length from you, but, like, your arm's length. Just outside.
You mean outside of my glaive's length?
Yeah. Oh, well, probably not that far. But he like, even then when he was meeting you, he was like, "Oh, hey, big fella," kind of like,
big guy that has a bunch of war paint and looks like a tribesman.
Yeah.
This dude's bad.
He's clearly that's one thing he did clock you as immediately. He's like, oh, you're coming from one of the tribes. You gave him, a tribe's name. He asked you what your business was here, and yeah, pointed you out to the mines. But then this all happened.
And I've done nothing but goodwill for now.
Yeah. He approaches you, and immediately goes, I'm sorry you've been caught up in all this, but I'm glad you've been able to make yourself useful. Thank you for, allying yourself with us. You have no affiliation with the town here, but it's always nice to know that there's kind-hearted folk within my perimeter.
I just doing what I would do for my own people. Your people have not wronged me, and they've actually helped me. So might as well treat them like I would treat my own.
Well, you're always welcome in Brentfield. And
However long that stay in time.
you see like profound sadness in this man's face when you say that. This is his hometown. Where his father grew up, where his
I'm clearly chaotic good, so it's fine.
No, I mean, yeah, it's a valid statement. Yeah, you guys follow Creed Riverhill up. He looks genuinely shaken and like goes to a wash basin on the second level and just starts washing his face, staring into the water. And yeah, and she is sorry, yeah, he is clearly shook. You can hear muttering to himself, like, just, how did they find out? How did they find out? Oh boy, I knew this would happen. I thought I fucking handled it. And yeah, you just kind of see him freaking out on the second level. But yeah, what are you guys doing? Because they're waiting for you out there. Did you go get Creed? He stays up there for a while. If you need him for something, he's not eager to go out there. These are hobgoblins, and he's the mayor.
If he's gonna stay up there, and I see that Cruz is all wide-eyed looking for Tweety, I'm just gonna look to Rhinus score. He's watching through the dragon thing.
I'll be like
more.
relaying lightly what I'm seeing him do to you guys too.
Yeah.
He's doing magic. Got it.
Yeah, he can't see while he's doing that, so just, it's something. Give him a
Well,
little shake.
Halfling needs to hurry up, or else they're gonna piss off the goblins.
Well, I'll go talk to the goblins now.
As
Dalen,
soon as-
you want to come with me?
As soon as you start to pull away, I'll snap out of Queenie's eyes.
Question. DM.
I'm hearing. I can hear you. I have to.
I was thinking, while we are here, what is his name? There's the sheriff and there's this druid, right?
The druid is Diavora.
Diavora.
So, Mr. Diavora, right?
Yes.
You seem to have the powers of a shaman. So,
He nods.
do you have more of an ability to create foods?
I have needed to spend most of my abilities for the day.
Well, maybe not today, but do you have this ability?
Yes, that is within my wheelhouse.
Yes, well, if it is in your ability, creating as much food that they can carry for the time of this travel would be good, that you can provide. Also, where is the food stocks in here? Because it also gives a good, good offering. That's what they called it, right? Good offering to the goblins and a good give and take.
Offering of good faith, yes.
That's what it's called. I could not figure out the words.
Well,
It is okay.
you guys know it's venturing into the beginning of summer. What that will tell you is they have gone through a winter and just begun the process of, growing a new harvest for this year. And
especially if they're doing potatoes.
yes, they're not doing potatoes. That's specifically what they're not doing. But that's actually worse because potatoes are, a very durable source of food. Anyway,
you would know. I mean, good berries are also good for a whole day's nutrition.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he would. You would know. They do have the food stores kept here for this reason because it is the most valuable resource here. And while they, I would say for the town this big, you can easily size up that they have, maybe a month's worth of food, more. But they are clearly banking on this month's harvest.
Well, clearly, I don't mean to sound like a pessimist, Diavora, but unfortunately, even with the goblins here, the real problem that will come is going to take that food if we do not take it.
I'm sorry, say it again.
The food that's here in storage,
Yeah.
it will be taken by the other people if the goblins and you do not take it now on this journey.
Diavora says, yes, I will stick with the town and create as much food and water as I can. However, you would need to convince Creed Riverhill to get rid of the town's stores of food, but to be fair, he seems rather under your thumb, Diavora says knowingly.
It sounds like we can make anything that needs to happen. Yes, Whirl?
Right. We'll just
So?
say the mayor will be amenable to our needs for the moment.
Well, if
I
he's
think
amenable,
we have plenty of food to feed the townsfolk and maybe even the goblins for just the trip to Valamir. I mean, how long does it take to get to Valamir? I used to
Few
show
weeks.
people, like I literally know 2 weeks. Yeah,
Few weeks.
like that's
2 weeks.
That's literally my route, my job. So it only takes 2 weeks, and if we hurry, it would be even faster to get to Valamir. And if we have a month's worth of food and 2 cities worth of people, sounds like we may have exactly enough. And that's without foraging, hunting on the side,
agreed.
or magical food.
So not only do we have enough food, we have the supplies and the people, the goblins, that could be amenable to protection of the people and travel.
So one thing, just I'm not gonna make one of you make a check for this. Technically, 2 of you. Goblins eat a lot. Goblins, not more like there are more goblins than there is town. Like the tribe is much bigger than the town. Goblins are more mouths to feed always. That is the big problem with goblins. They do eat anything. They've got rather resilient stomachs. But just so you know, you can't easily split this month amongst the tribe. You're gonna need more food. But you guys did also suggest Diaphora's create water. Create food, yeah.
Plus foraging for.
Plus foraging, yeah. I just wanted to clarify for that month. It's not as easy as splitting it because you have 2 weeks. You're right. You're gonna have to split it at least that, but it's like there are twice as many goblins more.
Well, it could be rations.
And there's ogres.
Figure out.
That's
We
true.
could
There's
figure out
ogres.
There's a couple ogres.
half portions a day.
We could figure it
Just
out.
give
I'm
the
sure
ogres
the
good
goblins
berries
already.
every
I'm
day.
sure you're right, but I'm sure the goblins have already figured out some sort of rationing for themselves.
They just feed them the horses that come by.
That's a fair point.
They just eat a whole fucking horse. They're an ogre.
I'd be so confused when they eat one berry and they're like, good.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, that's one thing. That's one thing I will say about like that good berry hack is like for something like an ogre, you're gonna have to also teach it like you don't want more. I know you just ate and you like eating, like things like that. Like, ogres are dumb.
Yeah.
Generally,
You
there are
get
some smart
couple
ogres.
chances,
Anybody who plays my Qualis game has met a very smart ogre. He just likes to play his drum.
So, are we gonna get this food of a
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Go
You guys can
talk to the.
Yeah, you guys can start moving the boxes of food up from the storage within the keep and start moving it to the gates. And as you do, you can see goblins like oohing and awing and like many people like running up to Moral to like cheer him on for his success in taking the keep. You can see a couple frustrated goblins now tearing up plans for a siege engine that they spent so long building.
As we walk it out, I'm going to just make sure we caution. We do have a journey ahead of us, so make sure we are not eating too much of this now. This needs to last for all of our peoples for at least 2 weeks.
Moral approaches you.
Well,
That being said, would it be feasible for us to take a short rest here before we go and talk to the goblin?
Very much so.
The big goblin.
Very much so. And Moral will approach you and say,
so you all are very serious about this. You're not pulling our legs. This is no trick.
We
I
just
don't
think
think
it's
I
the
could
best
pull
option.
your leg even if I tried.
Aha, because I have a very large leg. It's meaty
think we
and
And you
just,
are very
thick.
strong.
Yes.
I think just-
Oh, never mind.
I think we just realized that this is probably the best option for all parties involved.
The question is, will everybody see it this way?
No. But we can deal with those who decide not to see it this way.
With force, you're saying?
and he slams his fist into his other fist.
We could use force. We could use cunning.
As long as it's still on the table, and he points to him.
Don't worry. If you would really like force, I'm sure World, the strong leader and speaker of this group, would be more than willing to help you with your excessive amount of force that you want to put on some.
I only wish to hurt those who wish hurt upon me and my tribe.
I do worry, and he speaks candidly with you here.
It has happened in the past, where people are kind to folk like me, until it is no longer convenient.
We and my people have had the similar issue.
How can you assure me this will not happen again?
How can I assure you that the sun will not shine tomorrow?
Wait, the sun won't shine tomorrow? I don't.
I believe what he is trying to say is
He
that
like
it is
contemplates
out of our
mortality in
control.
a brief second.
I think my friend means to say it is not quite in our control, but I can promise you this. My friends and I will do whatever we can to make sure that not only do we work together, but people do so happily. And
And
if for
honestly,
some reason the town of Brenfield were to turn against you in unprovoked, I will stand against them.
yeah.
We will stand against them.
Grab him by his arm and we do
he
the forearm.
You do the meme.
he does.
Yeah.
No, the forearms on the forearms. You know, he almost pulls you off your feet for a second.
Oh.
Still no strength mod.
Did you have your own lands where you came from, or were you wandering? This is a large group of goblins.
We each had our own lands, varying from north to south. The Black Tongue tribe roamed the plains near here. We just recently picked them up. The Wolfbeck clan raided the mountains to the north, called their spires their home. The Slayer. Sorry, what?
Sorry. No. Keep going.
He goes, the Slayers of Slagomil. They were bugbears of the forests to the north. They were a number of tribe raiders and pillagers of nearby towns. Uktagar's Hand and my people were a tribe far to the north. We were one of the first displaced by the Order of Averex, and led this pact to be formed.
I would like you to keep this in mind. If you and the people of Valamir are to work together, and they give you, say, some forest that you and your people could live in, could you do that without hurting others? Because that will be a thing. You can live peacefully without hurting, or you can live forcefully.
Do you know the tale of orcs?
Absolutely.
The orcs were a peaceful, natural people before they were mutated and warped into something of chaos and destruction. From there, they have always been forced to change, to adapt, to become something new. From there came the goblins, from there came the hobgoblins, and from there came the bugbold. We are creatures of change. And when it is needed, we change for the better.
If you and your people know the adaptability and need of change, then I'm sure that people will be way more amenable to you. Me and my people hide from most others because they are afraid of us.
I know the feeling.
As he says this, a goblin runs up to him and goes, "Hey, look, boss! They taught us you can rip the fur off your meat before you cook it."
No, you're supposed to use a knife. It's not
He just
clean.
rips
You
it with
can't
his
use
hands.
this.
What?
You can't use this. Oh my god. Come here. And I like take it from him. Like, going back to the chopping block, literally.
But yeah, Moral and both Clavrel themselves will approach you all, and both will bring up the fact.
Well, this is good that we were able to convince your people to integrate with ours. But this is but the first step. We must now show Zrovek and the others that this is the way.
This may be. I don't know much about your people, I'll admit. But it is getting very late for me and my friends. Even just an hour for us to rest up and be ready to go in case Zorak wants to move quickly would be nice. Maybe even wait till the morning. I don't know. How much time do we have? How fast is the group you're running from?
We
Do
have
you
a
know how far they are on your tail?
Last our scouts were reported, we had a few days travel ahead of them. No
And when
more.
was it your scouts reported?
We got reports before our siege began.
Which was a few days ago.
But mostly the beginning of the other day.
Or sorry. It's been under siege for a full day. It's 2 full days now. They got word.
Okay.
They got word that they were about a half a week's out. You probably have maybe just over half a week's out. You guys probably have maybe about 3 days out. Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. 2 or 3 days max.
This is a conversation we need to have soon.
Maybe we do tonight, but after everyone eats.
You can rest. Rest up here. I will pull back all my troops from around the town. Have them stationed here for the time.
I've got a couple of people to collect too.
I'll call Queenie down too and have someone write a letter to Noel Van Noos.
Okay.
Letting him know the status.
Oh, he needs to get the fuck out. Oh my god.
You have you said you had scouts to the north.
He needs to get here.
Clavrel, yeah, they have scouts part of their base. Yeah, their camp to the north.
Have your scouts reported anything on strange, aggressive wolfmen?
Or have any not checked back in yet?
Yeah, or that.
It's also important, yeah.
We have had one of our scouts out to the northeast. We sent him to prowl for any more camps or tribes that we could align ourselves with or probably warn, but did not return.
I point at the rest of them. We know the direction.
That'll be helpful.
Once we get the people out, we start heading that way.
Clavrel will also say to you, as you say you have people to meet up with, Hogs, he goes,
If there are others, and you wish to bring them into the fold, it would be much more convincing to demonstrate a united front.
Of course, that's exactly my idea as well. My reasoning. I won't be gone for long, maybe 10, 15 minutes. They're not too far. Just on the other side of town. I'll
tell the
I'll be right
people
back.
of Brenfield to meet at the keep. Everyone you see, Hogs. Tell them to
Yeah,
tell
of
3
course.
others.
Of course. And I'll run off into the distance.
Okay.
Run off with peepers.
You do so?
With peepers?
So yeah, you guys get
Goes under your cloak. Chills with run.
Okay, cool.
you guys get you guys can start your short rest. You can watch as Moral starts pulling people from around the town. Clavrel heads out at one point to go pull in units as you head off to Conrad's house.
Yes, but before I go to Conrad's house, I would like to go to the Hog Herder homestead, please.
Okay, you do so. What are you looking for? What are you doing?
He's not really looking for anything necessarily, but he's just kind of taking it in.
The house still stands. The doors have been busted in. You can see that like the inside has been ravaged, like things flipped over, like planks pulled off the ground. You know your father does keep a stash beneath the floorboards that has been completely removed. And the like floorboard area has been dug up a little. The pigs out back are gone. And yeah, it has been looted.
I just kind of walk around a little bit. Hogs is just kind of like enjoying the house for a little bit. He hasn't been here in a long time, so he's like kind of like taking it in.
Yeah.
And he'll just like collect a few things if they are there, like if his dad's leatherworking tools are there. Like that.
You use some of his leatherworking tools, a large portion of which sorry, I drew a blank. Oh, who did we lose?
Trigger dip.
Oh, gotcha.
That was interesting.
Yes, it was very interesting. But yeah, you
cool.
You do so. You take it in. You don't find his all his leatherworking tools, but you find his like extra set. He has just like a whole table with. You also take a minute to walk across your desk. You two both have like these two stations where you would press leather, like do your designs, you know, make your logos and whatnot, just kind of both next to each other. One of the desks just absolutely destroyed. Yours has been ripped up, and like the top half of the desk has been like just thrown across the place, just making it like the two stands that used to hold the top in place, and like scattered like remnants of some of your old leatherworking tools about the place. Your dad's remains relatively untouched. The leather's torn off of it, some tears upon the like mat which your punching is done, but you just take a minute to run your hand along the table that you would work so long at.
I just take my chair and I sit it at the little post where my stool used to be. And even though there's no table there anymore, I sit there for like a minute or two or whatever.
Discord's doing automatic updates. That's why we're all losing signal.
Nice.
Delicious. Gotta love that, yeah.
I gotta see the dog and
it was like Discord restarted.
Stop it! Go to bed.
Yeah.
Go to bed.
Because by the time I noticed the call was gone, I looked over and my other screen had nothing. And I was like, oh.
Go to bed.
Yeah.
Okay, well, go to bed.
And then yeah, I'll just look around finally at like any of like known hidey holes that my dad might have, that he might be hiding anything in particular, anything with like sentimental value or something like that.
You go ahead and make an investigation check.
It's the third floorboard from the second window on the right. Obviously.
13. Investigation. Yeah.
You pulling aside the bed, which is like partially destroyed in one corner, you do go underneath like the corner section of floorboard, and pulling it up, there's just dirt beneath, but underneath like the structural rod, kind of that like digs deep into the ground, you know there's a single beveled hole, which as you like kind of remove this sort of wooden carved cap, within, you can see just a little pouch, which is currently like stuffed within. Now you kind of have to pull it out, and on the on the you can find a singular chain which leads to a key on it and a note.
What does the note read?
The note reads, "To my dear Hugo, if you find this, I'm happy to know that you're still alive. I miss you. And if I wasn't able to hand this to you in person, then it means that I'm gone. In a box, under a tree, a place by the river that we used to go fish. I left a lockbox for you. In there is a gift that I want you to have. I love you, son." And you see your father's name signed, and just a key on a chain.
I'll take the chain and I'll wear it around my neck, and I'll stash the note in one of my journals.
Bailey,
sorry,
I think my dog's gonna have a freak out.
And then they have the convent. And when I go to convents, I'll just warn everyone to go to the keep, and I'll escort them to the keep.
Nope.
While Hogs is gone, I'm gonna go up to Rhinascore. And I'm going to just kind of pull him aside. "Hello, Rhinascore, you mind if I have a word?"
You are talking.
"Yes, I am, aren't I? I couldn't help but notice something
Lay down.
when you met my friends and I. You noticed something about my friend, the Wolfman. Now, you've said a lot today about how your tribe has been hunted down for being different. How you keep to yourself as a matter of safety. Well, Moog and his people, they are not so different. I only ask that you keep what you know a secret. It is not our secret."
Which one?
The Wolfman that doesn't smell like a wolf at all.
The Wolfman that doesn't smell like a wolf. Yeah.
Moog.
Oh, Moog. Okay. I thought you were talking about the other one.
No,
The
Moog.
creepy little goblin? No, he doesn't give a shit. I'm a creepy little goblin.
I'll look at him and go, "Hey." He invites his own problems doing what he's doing.
It is true. And I will not lie. I have been the one to slip up more than he, but he and his tribe, if they were to show their truth, would not go well for the people of Estaloja. They aren't yet ready.
He should go to a place where him and his tribe would be welcome.
His tribe is very good, being where they are wanted, or being where they want to be, I should say. Moog and I, we share a special bond. I think he just wants to look out for me. fear that it puts him in danger every day. But he is his own man. Tell him what to do with his life.
Every being is entitled to its own secrets. I do not care. I will not speak on things that are not mine to speak of. The only one I'm worried about is the goblin.
The who?
The goblin.
Oh, the goblin, yeah. Oh, you must mean Hogs. Yes, he's a little far right for me. Out of left field, right field, whatever field he's out there. Always.
Well, the problem is his. He invites his own problems as well.
Well, I'll tell you that of the group, you and I are the only ones to know of this condition. So, thank you for keeping it up.
I have no reason to call out anyone. I do not know any of you, and I've only been sent here to help you. So why would I do anything except that?
You are a true friend.
I wouldn't
can
call
see that
myself that,
already.
but I will definitely help you when you need. I don't know about friends yet, but you have sharp tongue.
What is a friend but the person that helps you when you are in need? As I kind of pat you on the back, but
As you
actually, sorry, reach up and pat you on the back.
As you do that, Hogs arrives back with Conrad in tow, as well as a number of other individuals that were rescued from the house in the battle for the West Plaza, as well as pretty much most of the town.
Apart from what we've seen in Van News's house.
Correct. Yeah, most of the people you had sent back to Van News, and the rest of the town is gathered here at this moment, timidly around the presence of all the individuals, one, raiding their town, and two, just different from their own. This is a little bit of a culture shock for many of them, but you watch as kind of as food is served, many of them are just happy to have food in their stomach, honestly, and they all share a meal around. You guys can take a short rest, and I think rather than go until midnight tonight, we'll end it here, and we can pick up next week with the convincing of the captain. Thoughts?
Heck yeah.
Yeah. So do get your arguments in order here, because this man is going to take convincing. And just to kind of give you like an air of your people here, if you guys want to make an insight check or something, somebody.
Been giving everybody food.
Sure, why not?
Dirty.
It's a dirty 20 for me as well.
Something higher.
Yeah, you guys get the air that, so most of what there is here, you guys hear talk through this short rest, you guys get the air of feeling that Ukdagar's hand, the tribe that these two are both from, the two hobgoblins, it is a mostly hobgoblin tribe. You can see a number of hobgoblins around here wearing similar splint armor. They are giving you the air that they're on your side. They want to convince their own leader that this is the right move. However, you can only a fraction of the people here are hobgoblins. You can assume there's more within Uktagar's hand who haven't even heard this plan yet. The hobgoblins you have here are following their captain and lieutenant.
What about the people?
What, your townspeople?
Brenfield. Yeah.
I'm
hoping that some of the people we talked to have been talking.
That I think is where we can pick up first thing.
Okay. Yeah, I think so too.
Because many of the people do still need convincing. While Many of the people do still need convincing. While the mayor has kind of been on your side, the second of authority really is the sheriff. But there have been a number of times townfolk have spoken up and said, like, hey, my shop was burned, I'm not gonna go along with this, like, this is bullshit. But yeah, those people are going to need convincing, because that does get a little bit of traction when those calls are heard. So we'll start there to see how much of the town is on your side, and that will decide basically who goes with you to this meeting.
Yeah.
I can give you a glimpse of the scene here. Actually, why not?
I figured it'd be pretty powerful if we just walk up like the whole town of Brenfield.
Exactly. That's why the first challenge you guys are going to try to get through is convincing the town to be on your side. The town, along with a good portion of a tribe. There are 5 tribes, 5 major tribes. There's one lesser tribe. There are a couple lesser tribes that aren't worth mention. One of them being the Drackle Gang, who you guys decimated. But that was a smaller tribe.
Hey, we picked a good one to not murder, huh? The guy who's
What
like,
are the gangsters? All right.
Well, you actually know there's actually like a pair.
1920s mobsters.
You can actually see there's a pair of like well-dressed goblins here that must be a part of that gang.
Not anymore. They're not.
We don't tell them about it.
You do know that there's the Black Tongue tribe, a goblin gang that smears the black tar along their face. There's the Wolfback clan.
Those ones should be familiar to you, Hog.
Yeah, those are the ones that attacked Benfield a year ago. The Black.
That's what Grovekeeper's picked up on with his insight checks.
Cagnog, the White Wolf, leads the Wolfback clan. That's a goblinoid tribe. It has hobgoblins and goblins alike, maybe some bugbears. Slayers of Slogglemeal is the bugbear tribe. Slogglemeal is the bugbear god of like might. And Uktagar's Hand, of course, is the one you're actually quite familiar with. This leader is from that. And then the Jagged Bone tribe are like these goblins that you can see are fairly feral. The ones like that are literally just like growling at people and picking stuff out of their teeth. They're very tribal. They like adorn themselves in bones of people they've killed. All of these individuals will be present. If you want, at the start of the session as well, you can try to think about like different ways you can maybe go about this. But should you not be able to convince the leader, basically what they're saying is it could turn into, depending on who you sway, it could turn into just an all-out battle. And the more people on your side, like the more people you convince in general on your side, the better. So get your arguments in check. If you want to message me, like to like help target your arguments, that's what I kind of like why I want to end it here, is because you have an hour. You guys can do strategic talking amongst the camp to be like, it's like, what can I prey on for the Black Tongue tribe? What do they want to hear? Like, get these questions and come to the next session with them, because I'll give you that information. Or if you want to message me this information, I'll shoot it to you prior.
Can we use out of character chat?
Please use the out of character chat. Yeah, so you'll see I gave you all the role, the Woe of the Wildlands chat there. You should all have the role. And yeah.
I would pull Brooke aside for a majority of that hour as well.
That makes sense.
We can do it in chat too. That's fine.
What are you talking about? You only need like what, 30 seconds?
They gotta go touch butts.
We have a lot to catch up on. All right.
They're gonna touch butts.
30 seconds.
30 seconds. No.
I feel like my character's tribal hierarchy knowledge has really helped here.
You're going to be a great addition. You already are a great addition.
Yeah, what
Welcome
a wonderful random passerby who just happened to be in.
Yeah.
In Brenfield, how convenient.
Funny how those
you could fit
coincidences.
really strange
Well, he
places.
actually was given a note specifically to look for us.
And
Which I've
also
already
keep
notified.
Weary of the funky one.
I'm just saying. It's like it wasn't just a complete stranger, not completely.
True.
Yeah, there's multiple funky people in this party. Just saying.
What? Nah. I mean, as
You haven't
an
even-
individual who spends his time as direwolves and bears, like, I think we're all pretty normal.
I
Okay.
haven't even heard.
I just
Hogs
realized
talk
I have to end the stream. Forgot you guys were there. Love you. Good night. Tune in next time.
Bye.
Don't forget
We're
Friday
just like
night
cheaters.
campaign. Yeah, Friday night campaign will be starting at 6 p.m. I almost said Central just because that sounds right. 6 p.m. Pacific time, 8 p.m. Central.